Wasted Water Sports, ahoy! Welcome back to day 2 of Magic Round. Last night was fabulous. We had a fantastic game to launch proceedings. That Bulldogs Raiders game was something else. The Manly home game, Manly's home game against the Broncos, a little bit disappointing. We've got a triple header coming up today. Hopefully, some more exciting action, and hopefully at least one complete and total blowout. And I think you probably know which game I'm talking about, but I hold out very little hope of that actually happening. But first up, it's the Warriors against the reigning defending champions, the Penrith Panthers. And the Panthers have admittedly had a little bit of a wobble in the wet. The torrential downpour, the great equaliser against the Tigers last weekend. But let's not forget something. It was different circumstances, of course. It was around State of Origin time, and there was not torrential downpour. But let's not forget that the Tigers upset the Panthers last season as well. So maybe, just maybe, there are some teams that, for whatever reason, have the wood over other teams. I mean, we see it time and time again. It was the Tigers who upset a vastly different looking Panthers outfit, admittedly. But like I said, torrential downpour is a great equaliser. And that was certainly the case, I think, that we saw last week. I mean, it was hammering down. Let's really be honest about that. It was thundering down, pouring down. And that's always going to make things a little bit different. Kind of puts team number 1 and team number 16 or 17 into a little bit more of an equal category. I mean, we've seen it happen multiple times over the years. So I'm sticking strong with the Panthers. I don't think that they'll be too worried. A little bit. It's always a little bit concerning when you lose. Nobody wants to lose. But I think a little bit too much is probably being read into that performance, shall we say. Don't think it's all gloom and doom there at the foot of the mountain, let me put it that way. Certainly, the only way is up, and I'm pretty sure that they'll rebound it. A 2-time defending championship team like the Panthers, they'll rebound. And I think that rebound starts today. Suncorp Stadium's been a little bit of a happy hunting ground, unlike certain teams. I'm not going to mention any names, like my Sharks, for instance. But the Panthers go all right. One of my favourite games involving the Panthers at Suncorp Stadium was the preliminary final against the Melbourne Storm a couple of years back. That was intense. Such an intense game. I don't think I've experienced a game as intense as that. I mean, really, it was just edge of your seat stuff. Melbourne, they'd be kicking themselves because they had a real shot in that game, as they usually do, of course. A Viliami coached Melbourne Storm outfit, always in with some sort of chance. And they really let that one slip against a dominant Panthers outfit that day. Edge of your seat stuff. I don't think we'll see anything quite like that today, of course. I anticipate that the Panthers win and win quite comfortably. Absolutely no offense to Warriors supporters. Let's not write your team off completely. But it is going to take a monumental effort, to say the least, to get up there and push this Panthers outfit. James Fisher-Harris and Spencer Leniu back in. That's the big news for the Panthers camp. Fisher-Harris and Leniu back in. They've still got a couple of major outs. Their forward pack looking a little light, but Fisher-Harris is a big in. Shaka Hearts, ahoy, around the grounds. Nice. Around the grounds nice and early before the game kicks off. The Fijian Drua, 27. Don't tell me. They haven't done it, have they? The Fijian Drua have not caused an upset, have they? Say it isn't so, Shaka Hearts. Say it isn't so. It can't possibly have happened. As the Panthers in a huddle in the sheds getting ready to come out onto the field. Defeated the Hurricanes. Oh, it's happened. BG and Drua have caused a massive boil over in the Super Rugby. 27-23 victors over the Hurricanes. Now, question, Shaka Hearts. Was it raining? Where was the game? Was it in Wellington? Of course it was raining then. No, in all seriousness, though, was it raining? I just got through a spiel about the Panthers and how rain is a great equalizer. Oh, Hurricanes had a send-off in the 77th minute. Well, I don't put too much down to that. Having not seen the game at all, I'm just seeing the match report shared by you in the chat room there. I think a 77th minute send-off. I don't think we can pin too much on that in defense of the Hurricanes. Here come the Panthers out onto Suncorp Stadium. Boos are raining out across the ground. Incredible sounds, really. The Panthers garner a lot of hatred, and hatred usually means success. It's a very, very successful team. Quite honestly, I've said it before, and I'll say it many, many times again, I'm sure. If Cameron Smith were not retiring 3 years ago, then and hence big time. There were a lot of Cameron Smith calls by old mate Sutton in that grand final. The Panthers would have been already 3 in a row and going for their 4th this season. But these things happen. Favoritism is a thing that exists in sport. They've got an opportunity this year for sure to make it right and get that 3 in a row. All right, I'm going to jump over to the game screen now as we are ready to get underway, and we are underway. No messing around. It's around the grounds again. Crusaders 10, leading the Force 6. No real surprise there, the way that that's going at the moment, I dare say. As the Warriors get first use of the footy, I have actually taken a punt on this game. Trading has gone aside, and I've gone for the anytime try scorer same game multi. With Tenny Zalesniak, Dylan Edwards, Stephen Crichton, and Brian Tohu. Let's bring it on. Let's bring on a high-scoring game. It looks like overnight they've done some patchwork on the ground. And it's already getting scuffed up there. We are 4 tackles into this game, and already the turf is being decimated out there. But it is good to see they obviously worked hard during the night into the wee small hours of the morning, and they patched up the ground and got it in plain shape for today. Zakor Amin, ahoy! 25 days to go until Game 1 of State of Origin at Adelaide Oval. It's amazing how quickly that's popped up, isn't it? 25 days to go. And then it's Origin time once again, and I would have to say, early form suggests to me perhaps that Queensland would be going in as favourites. They won't want to be going in as favourites, of course. Queensland, the perennial underdogs. They always like the underdog tag, and they much prefer it that way, but I don't think there's any hiding this season. There can't be any hiding. All their players are in sensational, standout form, and they're going to be very hard to beat. Especially since New South Wales, New South Wales are never going to get 2 home games again, basically. Oh, and here's a penalty early for the Warriors. I think they're going to challenge this. The forwards are calling for a challenge. You've got to be very careful listening to the forwards. They've listened to the forwards, though. They think there was a little sneaky knock on before the strip. So let's have a look. You've got to be very careful. The forwards don't have a huge success rate when it comes to captain's challenges. Mitch Kenny's laying all over the ruck, and he's knocked the ball out, and that's a ridiculous challenge. The Panthers, 2 minutes into the game, and they are now challengeless. Oh, we're looking for a knock-on in the lead-up. We're looking for anything at all. And the Panthers will be hoping there's something in here. There's a little bobble there. We need a better camera shot of that. There's a bobble, and he's lost the ball. Oh, what a challenge. Looks can be very deceiving. We've skipped it back a few frames, and we have found a knock-on. And the Panthers are going to be red hot on attack here. That is a successful challenge, and that will be Panthers' ball. They're going to have a scrum down 10 metres out from the Warriors' line. A loose carry from Nicoll-Klokstad. And there's a couple of forwards who have held on to their challenge cards. Tackle 2 for Penrith. 20 out now. On the attack early. Yo, out the back to Luai. Luai kicks early. It sits up very nicely for Klokstad. And that's a wasted play. And I tell you, Luai's playing for a Blues jumper under serious threat from Nico Hines. And that's not the greatest start. A kick on tackle 2. And it wasn't even a good kick. It wasn't deep enough. Didn't have the right angle. And maybe Luai's just feeling the print. This could be a little bit of an equalizer in of itself today. Will Jerome Luai attempt to overplay his hand as he fights for an Origin jersey? As a slightly forward pass there to Tohu Harris is not called. They get away with that from dummy half there, the Warriors. Fifth and last, though, they've only made 24 metres, and Shaun Johnson will be kicking this from inside his own 30. The pressure does not stop as Dylan Edwards now brings it up. The Panthers through Taruva. Taken a little high, not called. Inconsistency reigns in the NRL. Tohu in the headgear. It's hard to get used to that. They're up over halfway on tackle 3. Cleary sends it inside to Crichton. And 40 out on tackle 4. Panthers, they've had all the balls so far. Yo, spots a little gap. It shuts down quickly. Bunty Afoa is over there to make the tackle. Fifth and last. Cleary running it. Cleary's running it to Luai. Puts in the grubber. It's a better one this time. And it's Taruva knocking the ball on. But that was much better by the Panthers. A much better kick. Much better placement. Much better angle. And a much better chase. They almost got the result. But Taruva can't hold on. The Warriors survived. Taruva, I tell you what, he was one that could very easily have made it into my multi. I've gone with the ever-reliable Dylan Edwards, Stephen Crichton, and Brian To'o. But Taruva, don't underestimate him. He could be in there as well for a try-scoring opportunity or two throughout the course of the day. Up over halfway go the Warriors on tackle 4. And they're going to kick early. Straight into the Panthers line. It sits up for Cleary. Cleary tries the offload. Crichton gets a toe to it. It sits up nicely for him. And he's pulled down from behind on the 20-metre line. Very nearly a breakaway effort there against the run of play by the Panthers. 0 tackle it is. Luai is shut down by Johnson. Tackle 1. 20 out in front of the post they are. Fisher Harris just settling things down. Yo, Sends Leota on the inside. Runs into a brick wall of defenders. Here we go. Cleary goes left, steps back inside, goes on his own. And he's tackled 5 out from the line. In front of the sticks on tackle 4. Tackles up their sleeve. A couple of them, dummies out wide. Steps back in and goes on his own. 5th and last in front of the post. A metre out here, Panthers. To the left they go. Cleary to Luai. Out the back. And it's Peachy. Puts the grubber in. It doesn't even beat the defensive wall. And Pompey comes away with it for the Warriors. And again, poor kicking options for the Panthers. Shaka Hart's asks, with Taylor May out for the season, what will happen when he's healthy? Will Taruva stay? I think Ivan Cleary strikes me as the sort of coach who would say Taylor May's done nothing wrong to be dropped. Taruva would know his position in the squad, and whilst he has performed sensationally, that's a short ball, and the Warriors go straight through a huge gap. Dylan Edwards is back in defence. He's not held. Still going Jackson Ford. And that's a huge break for the Warriors. 5th and last. That's got to be 6 again, surely. No, 5th and last. Johnson kicks into the corner. And it pops up for Peachy. But what a break. The short ball putting forward straight into a huge gap. And that put the Panthers under a little bit of pressure. So Taruva would understand his place within the squad. And Ivan Cleary, as Nathan Cleary kicks on the 3rd, he finds space in behind Klokstad. And an early kick on tackle 3 has got the Panthers back on the front foot defensively. So Taruva would know his place in the squad. I think Shaka Hart's, and I believe that Ivan Cleary is the sort of coach who would say that Taylor May has done nothing wrong. He was injured, and that led to his removal from the squad as a penalty now for the Warriors. So I think when Taylor May is fit, he comes back into the squad, and he is given a few weeks to perform. And then, if he doesn't perform up to Taruva's level, questions start to get asked. That would be my opinion of how they approach that. Because Taruva has... And remember, Taylor May himself did exactly the same thing. Taylor May was stuck behind... who was it? Taylor May was stuck in reserve grade behind... was it Brian Tohu? He would have been in behind Brian Tohu. And then Tohu went out injured. And that's how Taylor May even got into the squad to begin with, if I'm not mistaken. So that's how it works at the Panthers. And now, here goes Wateni Zelezniak for the corner, reaching out perilously close. Oh, that would have been huge for my multi. That would have been absolutely massive for my multi. And now a short ball. They are absolutely killing the Panthers with these short balls. And Fanua Blake goes straight through a huge hole. The Warriors, the coaching staff at the Warriors, Andrew Webster and co, have definitely found something on these short balls with a slight inside line for the runner, because they are dismantling the Panthers' defense at the moment. 2 gaping holes have opened up on these short balls with the runner cutting back on the inside slightly. But Noah Blake has just burst through the attempted cover tackle of Edwards. That is a very, very slick start from the Warriors. Once they've got their hands on the ball, they have looked threatening every single touch. A better start the Warriors could not have asked for. A better start I could have asked for, because Wateni Zelezniak painfully close to the line. That would have been huge for my multi. Massive. Warriors 4-0. Throwing the cat amongst the pigeons early. This was very important for the Warriors to get first points. They are going to have to take this game by the scruff of the neck. They're going to have to spend a majority of the time in the lead. I don't think the Warriors can fight from behind, but I do think they can control the game from the lead. Put some pressure on the Panthers. Make them chase the game. That is their best chance of victory. Mickey, official, ahoy there, mate. How are you going? Are you all ready for night number 2 of Magic Round? I'm excited. Some big games. Of course, we got the Sharks coming up next against the Dolphins. Very, very nervous about that as a Sharks supporter. And, of course, the big one later tonight, Melbourne Storm taking on the South Sydney Rabbitohs. The Warriors are full of life here, full of running. Bunty Afoa slamming into their line. This is a very confident-looking Warriors outfit now. This is what I was saying. If they can control this game from the lead, it'll be vastly different than them trying to chase it. And now Montoya doing a little shuffle, but nowhere to go. And he's brought down by Crichton on the 4th. They're still inside their own half here. 5th and last. Just shy of the halfway line. Johnson puts it high. Down into the left-hand corner. Taruva's there. It seems to be a thing teams are doing, kicking to Taruva, but he's been faultless under the high ball. And he brings it back. 20 out from their own line now. Panthers. Tohu with the hit up. Tohu in the headgear basically just looks like Stephen Crichton's mini-me. It's very confusing sometimes. Leota trying to charge through to defense, but it holds firm. And the Warriors, they're well up for this one early. Yo, at the back, Luai dummies and goes on his own, trips on the turf. And he falls over the halfway line on tackle 5. And they're just a little bit disjointed at the moment. I think Luai is on a different wavelength to the rest of the backline at the moment. And I wonder if that comes down to what I was saying earlier. Will Jerome Luai try and overplay his hand today? The threat of Nico Hines and that origin spot, is that just forcing Jerome Luai to try and do a little bit too much at the moment? Warriors with the offload, keeping it alive. They've created space here with Tenny Zelezniak stepping back in field. He didn't put the head down and go on his own. They're inside Panthers territory, though. Johnson kicks on the 4th. Finds some space in behind Edwards, but it pops up kindly for the fullback. And he can bring it back. Passing across the face of the sticks to Tohu. Tohu gets away from one, slips. And he's held 10 out from the line. Marker's not square here for the Warriors. So that's some extra meters for Crichton. Some gift meters. But they're under pressure a little bit here, the Panthers, early in this contest. So Mickey officials got the Sharks with the 11.5 points, minus 11.5 head start. Panthers minus 10.5. And the Rabbitohs minus 1.5. 3-leg multi across the 3 games. Cleary from inside the 40. Not looking for a 40-20. He's put it high into the sky. And it's taken by Kosi. And the Warriors, they survived that early threat. And they just continue to hold firm here. As we approach 15 minutes gone. The Warriors are looking good. That's a loose play, the ball. It's straight through the tunnel ball, straight through the legs. And Sean Johnson at dummy half couldn't collect it on the first grab. A bit headless here, a bit flat-footed. Oh, and that's a terrible offload. That might be one of the worst offloads you'll ever see, but it might work out for them. That's almost going straight through there. Freddy, Lussick. Johnson keeps it low, flat, towards the end goal, but Tohu collects it and brings it back. And the Panthers are starting again, 10 out from their own line, looking upfield and seeing a long way to go. And just as I was saying, just controlling the game from the front at the moment, the Warriors. Now there's a penalty for the Panthers, their first one, I believe. That is their first one, I'm pretty sure, and what a relieving one it is. A little bit high in the tackle there, Tohu Harris. And this is going to bring the Panthers with a full set of 6 for the first time in quite some time inside Warriors territory. Cleary up the back, Fisher Harris, Luai shuffles it on. And just down the line it goes. And Peachy goes to ground. Oh, nice. MLB The Show 22. I'm pretty sure I've got that on my PlayStation. Great game. I was watching the baseball this morning. My Tampa Bay Devil. It was so good to see. Yo, spots a gap, steps inside, goes on his own, palms off a forward. He's tackled 5 out. Isaiah, yo, leading from the front, giving the Panthers front football, quality front football. And Mitch Kennedy is taken down. They're just a metre out from the line now. Cleary on tackle 4 to Edwards, takes it to the line. Crichton is absolutely crunched in the tackle by Edward Kosey. Shutting that down before it even had a chance to get started. He's rubbing his chin. He doesn't have facial hair like I do. Oh, yes, he does. No, not like mine. Not quite like mine, but he's copped a shoulder to the face here, and this could be marching orders for Edward Kosey. We've seen this. Precedents have been set all season, and this could be a huge turning point in the contest. The Warriors are about to be down to 12. He's in a little bit of trouble here, Edward Kosey. Are they going to take the 2? Maybe the Panthers will take the 2 here. Kosey came flying up out of the line, and that is clear and direct contact to the face. I think he could be in a little bit of trouble here. This might be more than 10. Jeez, it's not even a penalty. Contact has been cleared, and it's not even a penalty. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know what's what anymore. 5th and last, Cleary puts the crossfield kick in. It's lost forward by the Warriors, and that is offside by Bunty Afoa. Take the 2. Well, I'm sorry, I don't know anymore. That to me was pretty clear-cut, direct contact with the shoulder to the chinny chin chin of Stephen Crichton. And look, I don't want to see a send-off this early in the contest, but the precedent's been set. Dustin Fisher, ahoy mate. The precedent has been set, and it's just more inconsistency from the referees. Stephen Crichton stepping back in field, nearly gets through. Panthers looking threatening here. Leota spins. He's a metre out from the line on tackle 2. Right in front of the post. They go left. Yo to the line. Out the back to Luai. Shuffles it on. Peachy stops. Runs backwards. Retreating. Losing metres here. Cleary getting them going forward again. Edwards, dummies, steps in field, goes on his own. Dylan Edwards scores the try. There's a tick on the multi for me. There is the try for the Panthers. They were looking threatening every run that they had. And the Warriors' defensive line finally cracks. And Dylan Edwards does it on his own. He doesn't need any help. And I'm still struggling to I'm still struggling to fathom, quite honestly, how that contact with Stephen Crichton was cleared. But anyway, no harm, no foul. Dylan Edwards over. There is a tick on the multi. And the Panthers, after this conversion, will be all square with a quarter of the game gone. Oh, that's all good, Dustin. No need to apologize, mate. Life happens. I've been streaming in some capacity over a variety of different channels, and it happens, mate. You meet people. Life happens on both sides, and yeah, no, absolutely no need to apologize at all. Mickey Official, yes. I believe you can find me on PS Network as Dan Intox. Dan Intox, I believe. If Intoxigamer doesn't work, I'm pretty sure it will be Dan Intox. So there you go, for anyone looking to add me on the PlayStation Network. Conversion successful there from Nathan Cleary, and we're all square again here at Suncorp. So now I need Stephen Crichton, Brian Tohu, and Witeni Zelezniak. We seem to be missing a ball. There we go. The ball has finally found its way onto the field. Bobsy, ahoy, mate. Pompey gets us back underway. 6 points all. Oh, what a charge from Leota. Bumping off defenders. Charging into the defensive line, and that is a shoulder to the face. And that will be a HIA for that guy. Jackson Ford it was, completely bumped off by Leota. Whoop, slipping on the turf is Edwards. Another slip and another big scuff. Blue Eye, stepping, jinking. He's taken down, short of the halfway line. Fifth and last. Cleary kicks long. AFBOCC, ahoy. Yes, it is Magic Round. Day number 2 of Magic Round. I've got to try and take it easy, because I've got to try and I've got... Oh, KO's just crashed. Yippee. I've got to make sure that I get through all 3 games. Hang on. I'll make sure that... Let's make sure that... Mr. Ed's dead, ahoy! Alright, I'm just making sure that it is only KO. Not the entire stream that's crashed. That's fine. KO's just been KO and doing KO things at the moment. How are you there today, Mr. Ed's dead? Penalty to the Warriors. Marker not square. And they will now get a full set of 6 in Panthers territory, spreading it wide on the first tackle. But against a completely set defensive line, that's not going to do too much, I'm afraid. Bunty Afoa into the line on tackle 2. There's that short ball cutting back. They're ready for it this time. Panthers shut it down on tackle 3. Meters hard to come by. Wrap around. Montoya. Great legs tackle by Stephen Crichton. Cuts off any threat there. Walker. Out the back to Harris. Harris stands, taken down in the tackle now, fifth and last. That's a terrible pass from dummy half. Now Johnson runs. Out the back it goes to Klokstad. Klokstad gets away from one. Sends Wateni Zelezniak back in field. And that's a crunching tackle by Stephen Crichton, forcing the error on Dylan Walker. What a hit. Stephen Crichton has just folded Dylan Walker in half. He was hit high in the lead up to the Panthers try, and he's taken this opportunity to show you how it's done completely legally. What a tackle, Stephen Crichton. And that's got to be a lift for the Panthers. Fisher Harris up over halfway on tackle 3. Cleary finds Yo on the inside. Two-man tackle takes him down with no real damage done. Kenny goes to the right, and now's big tackle here. Walker getting one back with Fanua Blake. Fifth and last, Cleary puts it high. It's in front of the post. The chase is good. What a take from Zelezniak. What a take under pressure. And the Warriors will start this set inside their own 10. We have seen some massive hits in this first half. One of them not quite legal. The rest have been very solid. Edward Kosey, I am stunned, completely shocked that he is still on the field. In the context of the game and keeping it a challenge, it's good that he's still on the field, but by the rules and the way they've been enforced so far this season, it's beyond belief that he is still on the field. Dan Jam, how are you today, mate? Dylan Edwards beats the first half tackle, and the Panthers will be starting from just shy of halfway, and now over as Taruva makes some great meters on tackle 2. Peachy from dummy half steps back around the other side, catches the markers off guard, and earns his team a 6 again. 30 out from the line. The Panthers just looking more and more threatening with every set of 6 as they ease into their work. Lenu, 10 out now on tackle 3. To the blind side they go. Cleary, short ball. Hosking trying to cut back in field. They go back to the left now. Yo, running across the face of the goal is Luai. Sends Peachy back on the inside, but he went a little too far back inside. And he's caught fifth and last. Now Cleary, they're running it. Edwards, grubbers into the end goal. And it's tapped dead by the Warriors. And that is a result for the Panthers. And they are just starting to look clinical now, the Penrith Panthers. They are just starting to look more and more clinical with every passing play. "14 minutes to go until halftime. Can the Warriors hold on? They don't dare do a short dropout, surely. It's filtered into the game, but surely not. Surely you just kick the skin off the bastard. They've gone short, I can't believe it. And it falls backwards and it's knocked on by the Warriors, and Hoskin will come down with it. And the Panthers now start 30 out from the Warriors line on the back of that short dropout. I can't understand how this is a thing that's crept into rugby league. I really can't. In rugby union, it makes perfect sense. In rugby league, I can't understand it. Yo, out the back to Cleary. Dummies inside, goes outside. Edwards, they've got them skinned here. Tohu dives for the corner. And there is another tick in my multi. Oh, we're on. We're looking good. We are looking very good here. 2 legs of the multi down, 2 to go. With 52 minutes of footy left. Cleary with the dummy infield. Hoskin goes on the outside. Cuts out Crichton. Goes to Edwards. Edwards has a 2-on-1 with Cozy. A simple draw and pass. And Tohu dives over in the corner, untouched. And the Panthers are back. And I don't mean back in the context of this game. I mean they're back in the context of their season. Just like I said they would be. You cannot read gloom and doom into a tight loss in torrential downpour against anybody, no matter who you are. And a lot of people were very quick to jump on the Panthers because they're so successful. They've earned that hatred. But you can't read anything into a loss against anybody in torrential downpour. It's that simple. I don't care what code it is. Rain is a great equalizer. And they've just slowly but surely started to look more and more clinical as this game has gone on. And it was just a matter of time. You just had that feeling. It was just a matter of time. Now Cleary from right out wide. On the right-hand touchline, moves in, strikes it. Oh, it's perfect. Nathan Cleary, step on up, sir. Successful conversion, 12 points to 6. Panthers on top here. Magic round. Don't forget, coming up for the rest of the afternoon, we do, of course, have Cronulla Sharks, Redcliffe Dolphins, Melbourne Storm, South Sydney Rabbitohs. Speaking of the Sharks, there they are. Nico Hines will be checking out the opposition here, checking out his challenger for the Blues number 6 jersey. Pompey gets us back underway. 11.5 minutes to go until the halftime break. Panthers 12-6 on top. They're just looking more and more slick as this game goes on. 100% completion rate for the Panthers. Commentator's curse suggests that they might make a mistake in this set. Surely they can't go through a whole half of 100% completions. Viking King, ahoy, mate. Now, Viking King, I saw your name pop up in the comments section of a video that I was watching earlier today. How about that? How's that for a small world moment? I nearly commented back on it. But it wasn't really relevant to anything that I was thinking at the time, so I didn't. Cozy, he stayed down here. Well, it's a head clash. A head clash. Seriously, if Stephen Crichton is looked at for the contact on this one, incredible. Stephen Crichton has been penalised for high contact on Edward Cozy. And I'm not even going to talk about the irony of that situation. It's not even worth mentioning. Absolutely unbelievable. Well, Cozy's gone off for HIA. He was legitimately contact to the head, but what we saw from him earlier, and it wasn't even looked at, consistency. There is no consistency in these calls. Not even close to anything resembling consistency, for that matter. I mean, I just don't know. I don't know what's what. And if we don't know what's what, how are the players supposed to know what's what? How is anybody supposed to know what's what? And the Warriors off the back of the penalty. Going through their work. Now Walker, there's some space out to the left. A simple draw and pass is all that's needed, but a great tackle by Crichton around the legs. Cuts them down on tackle 4. And now a huge hit attempted. He's missed it. Spencer Leniu came flying up like a missile. Fifth and last, Johnson grubbers in behind the line. Peachy collects it, running backwards. And he's taken a metre out from his own line. Peachy. Panthers bringing it out from their own end. Hosking. This will just be a set to try and wrestle momentum back. Cleary. Hosking steps back in field. Fifth and last. They're only up to the 40-metre line. This will be a big kick required from Cleary. He thumps it down, straight down to Nicoll-Klokstad on the full. And the Warriors can start their attack, although he's driven backwards in the tackle. But they're still starting this 25 out from their own line. The Warriors, 8.5 to go until the break. 6 points the difference. Panthers on top. You get the feeling that every time the Panthers get the ball, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Double pump, flat pass. A flat pass to Curran. Goes through the gap. He's got support on the outside. And a great tackle in desperation by Taruva. Leaping and taking down Egan from behind. And now a terrible kick on the 4th. Goes over the dead ball line by Shaun Johnson. And Shaun Johnson has completely muffed it. There is that short pass with the runner cutting back in field on a slight angle. Has again sliced the Panthers wide open. The cover defense from Taruva. And then Shaun Johnson just absolutely muffs it. He put it into the grandstand, Johnson. Terrible. Panthers off the hook there. They were under a lot of pressure. That was a serious, serious threat that they've just avoided. And now keeping the ball alive, Kenny into space. Mickey Official says, got a question. Anytime scorer, does that mean someone can score on a kick, not just a try? Generally, as Hosking goes through the gap, Luai in support. Luai, not held, gets up, goes again. Pops the ball out the back to Edwards. Hosking backing up, stepping back in field. 10 metres out from the line now, 5th and last. Big open side to the left. Luai at first receiver. Passes it on to Cleary. Steps back in field. Looking for a runner. Cleary pops it out. Back across the field it comes to Peachy. Peachy has got Fisher Harris. Fisher Harris is out here. He's going to meekly surrender. And that's a horrible 5th and last play. Sorensen it was, sorry. Well, how are you, mate? But generally speaking, Mickey Official, anytime scorer, it should specifically say anytime try scorer. Because anytime scorer could be open to a lot of interpretation. They're usually very specific with the betting agencies and say anytime try scorer, quite specifically. As Johnson just dinks it in behind the line, grubbering across the turf and into touch, 10 out from the Panthers line. Fat boy Gunner, ahoy there. Five minutes to go till the break. I think the Warriors have done well to hold on here. They'd be very happy if they go in trailing only by 6 points. Panthers completing at 100%. That's incredible. Warriors completing at 82%. 82% completion rate under normal circumstances would be phenomenal for the Warriors. The trouble is their opponents today are currently completing at 100. And that is the slight difference between the two teams at the moment. Apart from that, there's not a lot separating them. Fifth and last Panthers, short of halfway. Another big kick required here from Cleary. Montoya takes it on the full. Brings it back. And they will start this set 25 out from their own line. Vopsy says, I actually want the Warriors to win, but it's not looking likely. Oh, no. Witeni Zelezniak, get up, mate. Oh, excuse me. Witeni Zelezniak's in my... Oh, he's just giving a wink to the trainer. A cheeky little wink to the trainer. Witeni Zelezniak. Trying to milk. Bring back the milk. He's in my multi, so he can't go off. 19 from 19 completions for the Panthers. 14 from 17 for the Warriors. Both teams doing incredibly well with their sets of 6. And here's another completion for the Warriors as Johnson puts the ball high. Pressure on the kick chase. Oh, but it's still in Edwards, so forget about it. Edwards plays the ball to nobody. Luai gets there. Now Peachy stepping inside 1, inside 2. And he gets out to the 30. Great little run there from Peachy. Oh, the pass in behind Taruva. He had to stop and go back for it. But he manages to shuffle away from the first up tackle. And still makes some meters. Boy, he's playing well, is Taruva. Only in the team because of injury. And he is making that position his own. Taylor May is in for a fight when he comes back. Cleary runs it to the line. Oh, the short ball. The offload goes to ground. It was on, though. It was well and truly on. But the pass could not be reeled in. Lindsay Smith. Wayne Bennett in the sheds. Can you believe it? Game number 900. 900 games as a coach in the NRL. That is phenomenal. And that's what's concerning me for my Sharkies later on this afternoon. The Suncorp factor, where the Sharks never, ever, ever play well at Suncorp Stadium, as the Warriors have knocked the ball on tackle 1 to give the Panthers last say in the first half. We've got the Suncorp factor, where the Sharks never, ever, ever do well. And you've got a milestone game for Uncle Wayne. I think, in all honesty, Jam, if Wayne Bennett is alive, he will be coaching footy in some capacity. Honest to God. If that man is alive and kicking, he'll be coaching footy teams. Strikes me as the sort of individual that would be... okay, if I can cross-reference, Wasted Water Sports cross-reference with WWE, Wayne Bennett strikes me as a little bit of a Vince McMahon type character. If Vince McMahon is not running the WWE, what is he doing? He's retired once he came back. I feel like Wayne Bennett is exactly the same. If he's not coaching footy teams, what is he? What's he going to do? Sit around and retire? I don't think so. 2-point drop goal attempt here from Nathan Cleary. He sprays it wide. And the Warriors, with last use of the ball, 30 seconds to go. They'll get a couple of plays. NRL with Braden. Ahoy. As we just count down to the halftime break. Last play of the half. Walker, grubbers in behind the line. Cleary picks it up. And Cleary, dummies. Threatens to have a run. But no, he just surrenders and takes us into halftime. 12 points to 6. I don't think that the Warriors will be too dissatisfied with that. The Panthers, 95% completion rate. They were one pass away from going into halftime with 100% completion rate. Absolutely phenomenal. Instead, they go to halftime with a measly, stinking 95% completion rate. Just not good enough there from the Panthers. 23 from 24 completions. The Warriors, 16 from 20 completions. 80%. They've done well themselves. It's been a high-quality first half. 12 points to 6. It's all right, Dustin. I think that the second half will probably open up. What is it, 18? What do you need? 24, 25 points? 4 more tries. 4 converted tries and something. It's possible. You're still on. I think another try or two in that first half probably would have been nice for you, but I think you're still on there. Overs. Second half could really open up. I feel like the Warriors just held on in that first half. Panthers were looking very threatening pretty much every time they got the ball, so I anticipate that the second half is going to open up a little bit for the Panthers. The Panthers, you're saying? They've lost your money every week for the entire 9 weeks so far. And then you know what will happen. As soon as you don't bet on them, they'll just open up. The floodgates will open. And they will terrorize whoever they play that particular week. All right, I'm going to have a very, very quick break for half time. But don't forget, all Magic Round. We're turning this into a little callback radio type of thing. So at halftime and in between games all weekend, if you jump on the Wasted Water Sports /Intoxigamer Discord channel, right down the very bottom of the server list, you'll see voice channels. If you would like to call into the show, just pop yourself into the waiting room. There are 6 spots available there in the queue. And we'll do a little bit of a callback. Alan Jones radio style. But for now, I'm going to pop off. I'm going to have a very quick break. I'll be right back as we talk about a very intense first half and get ourselves ready for the second half of footy here as Magic Round continues here on the Wasted World of Sports. All right, there's Nico Hines getting ready for the Sharks game. Dustin Fisher says the 2 times I bet on them to win, they lost. Oh, I see. So it's your fault. I understand. See, I thought it was the rain. And all this time it was you, mate. Warriors Panthers, 12 points to 6 at halftime. Don't forget, coming up, of course, Sharks, Dolphins, followed by the Storm Rabbitohs. I'm particularly excited for the Storm Rabbitohs game, quite frankly, because I feel like the Rabbitohs, I'm not sold on them yet. There's 2 teams that are yet to impress me. And me alone, it seems, at times. That's the Rabbitohs and the Broncos. The Broncos are not going to impress me until they start winning away from Suncorp Stadium. But of course, for that to happen, they actually have to have a goddamn game away. Sylvester and Tweedy are there. What the hell? Why? Can someone explain to me what Sylvester and Tweedy have to do with the NRL or Magic Round at all? Sorry, got a bit distracted there. I'm not sold on the Rabbitohs. I'm not sold on the Broncos. The Broncos have to start winning away from Suncorp, and for that to happen, they have to actually beat some games away from Suncorp, for Christ's sake. I think we saw, though, even though it was at Suncorp, I think we saw where the Broncos are really travelling in that game against the Rabbitohs. I wouldn't be surprised if the Broncos end up finishing around 6th or 7th. Same with the Sharks too. Just so that nobody thinks I'm picking on the Broncos, I feel like the Sharks will fall before the end of the season, and they'll end up outside the top 4. More than happy to be proven wrong, though, of course, especially on that last one. But I've crunched the numbers. I've gone through the NRL ladder predictor. And no matter what way I seem to cut it, I always land on Panthers versus the Storm or Roosters in the grand final. And that's even with me doing some favors for some teams. But I can't see, in all honesty, anything but a Panthers. Panthers will definitely be there. Who they play will be the question. Will it be the Storm? Will it be the Roosters? I said at the start of the season it'll be the Roosters. But then, honestly, I've been saying Panthers-Roosters grand final for the past 3 seasons now. And it hasn't happened yet. So, Panthers versus Storm or the Roosters for the grand final. I say, based on current form. James Intox, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? I'll tell you what, this halftime callback thing is not really working out too well. I had a very great chat, of course, last night with Dan Jam. We had a fabulous old chat throughout the halftime break. But so far, he remains the only one that's actually called in. $12 points to 6 here at halftime, though. I can't believe that the Panthers were one loose pass away from a 100% completion rate. Unbelievable. Souths versus Sharks if you're going on form, you reckon, James? Jeez. That is a bold, bold call. Especially with my Sharkies. I would hardly say that the Sharks are in form. And the Broncos... Well, the Broncos got smacked by the Rabbitohs the other week. So that's a true indication of their form. So we've definitely got Souths about 4 or 5 spots on the ladder ahead of the Broncos. If we're talking about... If we're talking about that. Sharks have the Hines factor. Yeah, but we've also got Talakai and Moylan. Talakai and Moylan are such a great equaliser to the opposition. They make me nervous every time. Every time the ball goes their way, every time a runner goes their way. Oh, good man. I'll drink to that. I will drink to that, sir. Scotch, eh? Very nice, very nice. It's hard to break me away from the Rumbos, to be honest. But yeah, in all honesty, James, I was just saying, I don't think that the Broncos' form can be read at the moment. And I was literally just saying that like the second before you popped onto the chat room. So, I don't think we can read anything into the Broncos' form at the moment. The true indicator of where the Broncos are at will be when they start winning games away from Suncorp. And as I was saying, for that to happen, they need to actually have some games away from goddamn Suncorp, which we haven't seen yet. But they've got a string of games coming up. They'll be playing the Storm away. They play the Panthers back at home, but it's the Panthers. And then they play the Sharks away. They've got the Eels at home. So they've got some tough games coming up. They've got a string of tough games coming up, the Broncos. And then, if they go through that with a fairly successful record, I'll be willing to admit that they're the real deal this season. But until such a time as that eventuates, I'm still not sold on them. You can only play what's in front of you. And I know Broncos supporters will jump down my throat and say, we're top of the table. Bah, 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 bah. But what I'm saying is you can only play what's in front of you, and they've done really, really well to achieve what they've achieved so far. All I'm saying is, as a premiership threat, let's not get carried away. Because remember, they went from the top 4 to out of the 8 completely in a span of 6 or 7 weeks last season. So let's not get carried away about the Broncos until they're truly tested. If they pass that test, bloody more power to them, I say, and good on them. And they're worthy of being considered a premiership threat. But for now, based on the reality of previous seasons, I can't be sold on them. Not yet. They've still got a lot to prove, as do the Rabbitohs. And in all fairness to the Rabbitohs, their premiership credentials will not be proven to me until finals time. In all honesty, they could run away with the minor premiership. But where the Rabbitohs generally fall over is finals time, isn't it? So even if they run away with the minor premiership, the Rabbitohs won't have me sold until it's grand final day and they're there. I'm a hard taskmaster sometimes. It's just the way it is. Second half underway here. And the Panthers with first use of the ball. So, another another fabulous halftime call-in segment. It's all right. It's very new and unexpected. Give it time. I'll give it a few weeks before people get comfortable enough to actually jump on the Discord and want their voice to be heard across the live stream. We'll get there. James says, do we look at the halves battle to work out the grand final teams? Well, I mean, generally speaking, the teams with the best halves, more often than not, are the ones that... The best spine. The teams with the best spine are generally the ones that do better, aren't they? So, is it just the voice? It is, Dustin. Yes, it is just the voice. Just the voice for the halftime call-ins. Video/co-hosting is reserved for Patreon members, such as Andrew the other week. Poor Andrew. Poor Captain Redbeard. Joining the Patreon, choosing the Cowboys-Sharks game as his co-hosting right, and then his poor team, the Cowboys, get absolutely spanked all over the paddock. Poor guy. They got spanked so badly, I actually felt like giving him I feel like giving the poor guy a freebie. Like, mate, jump on for another game. Jump on for Cowboys vs. Dragons or something. Touch. No, it's not touched. It's fifth and last. Panthers on the attack. Out wide to Crichton. Crichton runs to the line. Grubbers straight into the waiting hands of Montoya. And Montoya's away. A try-saving tackle, potentially. I mean, he had a long way to run. There was still a long way to go. And there are some speedsters on that Panthers team. But still, a terrible kick from Crichton. What a tackle by Cleary. But the Warriors survived the first real tussle of the second half, sorry. And they can bring the ball back out now, up towards their 40-metre line on tackle 4. Over they go. Johnson runs it to the line. Curran takes it over halfway on the fifth and last. Johnson will put the ball high. Oh, it's a terrible kick. That's a disaster of a kick from Johnson. And Taruva will take it. And the Panthers... The kick was from the halfway line, and the Panthers will be starting this set 30 out from their own line. Terrible kick from Charnze. Tohu cuts back in field, breaks through 1, breaks through 2. He's still going. Tohu, fullback to beat. Oh, and Klokstad stands firm and brings him down. Kenny sees Luai on the left. Short ball to Taruva. 10 out from the line they are now, the Panthers. Front football here. Cleary steps back in field, goes on his own. Probably the wrong option. Takes himself out of the play on the fifth and last as well. Terrible call, that one. They go blindside. Luai runs to the line. Short ball. And the fifth and last play dies with Scott Sorensen again. Much like it did their last set before the halftime break. Sorensen gets the ball on the fifth and last. And the play dies. And the fifth tackle options for the Panthers continue to be disastrous in the past 10 or 15 minute period. $12 points to 6 it remains. Warriors continuing to just hang in there. Tackle 3, they're only out to the 20. Running on a treadmill at the moment, offloading. Keeping the ball alive. Getting some extra meters per tackle. That's what they need. Tackle 4. Fifth and last now. They're only up to the 40. Johnson from just outside the 40-metre line. Edwards takes it on the full and brings it back, and the Panthers will start again from 30 out from their own line. Great field position. Taruva with the hit up, getting them close to halfway on tackle 2. Tohu steps away again from the first up tackle, and he's up over halfway. Panthers with front football. Luai taking it to the line, sends Peachy on the inside. Can't get away from the tackle, but he offloads to Yo. Passes it to Cleary. Cleary gets Hoskin, cutting back infield. And he's taken on tackle 4 in front of the post. To the left they go, but Cleary cuts back infield with Luai. Gets away from the first tackle, pokes his nose through. Looking for a quick play of the ball. 5th and last, Panthers. Cleary down the short side, Grubbers into the end goal. And it's collected by the Warriors. And it will be a result for the Panthers. And they're just starting to get their act together again. Much like the first half, the Panthers just eased on into their work. And they started to look likely every time they touched the ball. Second half has started much the same. They're just easing into their work. Looking more and more clinical with every passing set. Shaun Johnson, is it going to be a short dropout again? I can't understand how it's filtered into the game, but here we go again. Watch out for it. Shaun Johnson goes deep. Deepish. It wasn't very deep, though. And the Panthers will start on the attack, 30 out from the Warriors line. Here is a chance for them to go ahead. Cleary, dummies, goes on his own. He's shut down. Curran leading the charge. 6 again. A ruck infringement by the Warriors. A full set of 6 now. Creeping ever closer. The Panthers. 15 out from the line. Another 6 again. Smith. 5 out from the line. And Mitch Kenny knocks the ball on from dummy half. Trying to go a bit too quickly there. Mitch Kenny blows his load. And gifting the ball back to the Warriors. Mitch Kenny, Api Coruscant, he is not. Interestingly enough, it was a Mitch Kenny knock-on early in the tackle count that really cost the Panthers last week against the Tigers. And here he is again, early in the tackle count, hot on the attack, 5 out from the line, and he just spills it cold from dummy half. Mitch Kenny, he is no Api Coruscant replacement. And when you've got Sonny Luke on the interchange bench, I can't fathom it. I really can't. Sonny Luke should be out there. Mitch Kenny, I completely get starting the game with him for his defense. But 48 minutes into the contest, Sonny Luke needs to be on the field. Oh, and the Warriors lose the ball on tackle 4. 30 out from the Panthers line, though. It's just starting to look threatening as well. I still need Stephen Crichton. I still need Watene Zelezniak. I wouldn't say at all that I'm feeling confident about the Maltese there. Scrum down. Panthers. Just a 1-out hit up from Crichton. Hoskin now. Up over halfway they go. We've got the Rugby League Live 4 camera angle. I like it. I do like it. Lenu. Oh, Lenu's hurt. Lenu's hurt. Time off is blown. He's only just back from injury as well. Imagine getting injured again. Oh, are we looking for a hip drop? We're looking at a hip drop here, I reckon. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jackson Ford, you're in trouble, mate. Uh-oh. Jackson Ford, a potential hip drop here. I mean, that... He's dropped down on the back legs of Spencer Leniu, the back of the legs. He could be in a bit of trouble here. On report, 10 in the bin. What a game changer. A hip drop, our first one of the weekend. And Jackson Ford is having 10 minutes in the sin bin. Dropping down on the back of the legs of Spencer Leniu. Take the 2, boys, by the way. I can't forget an opportunity to do that. Take the 2. Put yourselves out by 8. And then you've got 10 minutes to attack with an extra man. And in the bigger news, Sonny Luke has come onto the field. Mitch Kenny off. A little bit too late because Mitch Kenny's already bolstered up. But good to see him out there. Sonny Luke is an Appy Coruscant replacement. They are taking the 2 here to try and go out by 8 points. And then they will have 10 minutes to attack with the extra man. Smart move here, I say. And I'm not just talking about because of the take the 2. Our famous saying here at Waste of Water Sports. I just mean it makes perfect sense. Kaka Schnee, ahoy there. Yeah, there was. As Cleary moves in, strikes it. Oh, it's close to the upright. It shaves the upright and goes over the post. And the Panthers lead 14 points to 6. He only just got that one through, but that's all that's required. You only just need to get it through. (14-6) Panthers. 29 minutes to go. 10 minutes to play with an extra man. Sailors Boniface, ahoy. Go Panthers. Panthers are leading, of course, at the moment, 14 points to 6, and they will now be playing the next 10 minutes with an extra man advantage. Jackson Ford in the sin bin for the first hip drop of the weekend. I expect that we're going to see a lot more hip drops later on tonight in that Storm Rabbitohs game. That's a little prediction that I'm going to make right here, right now. As the Panthers are bringing out from their own end now, Sonny Luke on the field is a very good move, I believe, from Ivan Cleary. Sonny Luke has got way more upside than Mitch Kenny. Mitch Kenny, obviously, there early in the games for his defense. And the Panthers are up over halfway again. Now Luke from dummy half finds Peachy. Running up towards the Warriors' 30-metre line. 5th and last, Panthers. An opportunity for an attacking kick here from Cleary. In front of the post, 30 out, puts it high into the corner. And it's taken by Montoya, under no real threat at the back there. But he is swamped as soon as he catches it. And the Warriors will start this set 5 out from their own line. And they're behind by 8. They're a man down. And they look upfield and they see they've got a long, long way to go to get up the other end. A penalty is really what they need, as they're now picked up and driven backwards in the tackle. Fisher-Harris getting ready to come back on for another spell. That will be big for the Panthers. 5th and last now, Warriors. They haven't even made it up to the 40-metre line. A big kick required here from Sean Johnson. He kicks high. It's not very long. Dylan Edwards takes it on the full, returns it. 35 out from the Panthers line. And that's a good net result for the reigning premiers. Taruva up towards halfway on tackle 2. Tohu stepping, making some great meters on tackle 3. Fisher Harris is back on. That's a charging run. 4th tackle. 30 out from the line. Cleary goes left. Luai cuts back in field. Passes to nobody. Sits up nicely for Edwards. Hoskin cuts back in field now. Keeping it centralised in front of the posts. 5th and last. They go to the left. Cleary puts the ball high. 20 out. It's going to fall about 5 minutes from the line. They let it bounce. It bounces into the end goal, and Klokstad recovers and runs it over the dead ball line. But that could have gone absolutely anywhere. And I couldn't help but notice that there was a Raiders supporter in the crowd in the front row behind the end goal, giving Nicoll-Klokstad a little bit of lip as he ran over the dead ball line there. Let's see that on the replay. Oh, no, we didn't see that. There was a green machine wearing jersey wearing supporter. Short dropout here from Johnson this time, and it's knocked on by Tohu. It's a result for the Warriors. From the short dropout, the Warriors come up with the ball. They got a result, but honestly, I still don't understand it. The short dropout, high risk, low reward, and now through the gap goes Johnson. Trips over, though. He falls over as he breaks through the gap, and he's just short of halfway. Curran cuts out. Cut out pass to Wateni Zalesniak. Get that man into open space, please. He fires the pass back in field. And Harris is taking a ground on tackle 4 for the Warriors. Oh, Milky McGee here. Bring back the milk. He's holding the back of his neck very half-heartedly. Well, it might be a penalty, in fairness. I think a penalty at most. But Milky McGee here. It's not even a penalty. Oh, thank the Lord above. It's getting ridiculous. It's getting out of hand. We're supposed to be bringing back the biff. Bring back the biff. But we're bringing back the milk. As Dylan Walker is caught in no man's land here. He's trying to create something, though, as the Warriors, Harlem Globetrotter stuff, razzle-dazzle. And they are caught on the 5th and last, and that'll be a handover. Rickson, ahoy there. Good evening from the Solomon Islands. Very nice. A cheers to the Solomon Islands. Now Peachy very nearly breaks through. He's just brought down in a desperation tackle on the halfway line. Edwards jinking, trying to step his way through. 30 out in front of the post. They are on tackle 4. Panthers, they go left. Yo with the short ball to Fisher Harris. Fisher Harris, that leg drive, gets the offload away. Sonny Luke finds a gap, and he's pulled down 10 out from the line. 5th and last. They go to the right-hand side. Yo, out the back to Cleary. Cleary out to Edwards. Edwards to Crichton. Crichton shrugs off one. Pops it out the back to nobody. And it'll be dived on by the Warriors. And once again, questionable 5th tackle options from the Panthers, letting them down here. 13 on 12. 5th and last. And they end up with just a disastrous play on the last tackle. And the Warriors hanging in there again. 2.5 minutes left in the sin bin for Jackson Ford. And the Warriors will be back to a full complement. Hanging in there, 14 points to 6. They trail by 8. Fifth and last, Johnson kicks from halfway. Straight down the throat. Oh, no, Tohu's made a meal of it. He's knocked it backwards, though, luckily for him. And then Bunty Afoa cleans him up. And they will start the set 20 out from their own line, the Panthers. Dylan Edwards makes another 10 metres. Taruva with the next hit up. He gets up towards the 40 on tackle 3. And he's lost the ball now. Taruva loses it in the play, the ball. And here is a big opportunity for the Warriors. This is a massive chance. There's still a man down. If they could score a try with a man down, what a massive momentum shift that would be to this game. Sharks, Dolphins coming up next. This magic round will continue. I will be here for all 3 games tonight. Wasted World of Sports bringing you all the action. Scrum down for the Warriors. This is their opportunity. Pompey steps inside 1, but he's brought down in a 3-man tackle. 30 out from the line. They're on the left-hand edge. Walker fires it across. And Sifakula takes the Warriors to within 30. Curran cutting back on the inside. 20 out from the line they are now. 6 again. It's going to be a full set. Bunty Afoa rumbling forward. Tackle 1 now in front of the posts. 10 out. They go to the right. Johnson out the back. It goes to Klokstad. Tries to step inside Peachy, but a great legs tackle brings him down. They're 10 out from the line. Johnson running across to the left. They go. Walker out the back. Pompey steps inside Crichton. Steps inside Cleary. Tries to break through the tackle of Hosking. And he is pulled down. 5 out from the line on tackle 3. The Warriors survive. They're back to the full-man complement. A grubber into the in-goal from Johnson on tackle 3. Probably the wrong option, but it will yield a result. Taruva is back there. No pressure, but it will be a line dropout. $20 minutes to go in this game. Panthers about to drop this ball out. Warriors back to a full complement. It's 13 on 13 again. And they've managed to really keep this game close. And all credit to them. Cleary, deep dropout. That's what I like to see. Bunty Afoa is winding up. Charges into the line. The hair is bouncing around behind him. Look at that majestic hair of Bunty Afoa. And he's involved again. Big Bunty. Tackle 3 here. The Warriors in front of the post. They are 20 out from the line. Walker cuts back to the right. Fires it across to Sean Johnson. To Klokstad. Stepping. Trying to find a way through. But he's wrapped up by Sorensen and Luai. And now Sorensen looking for a one-on-one strip. No, he can't win it. And the Warriors now go the opposite side. Crichton races up on Walker and chops him down. Tackle needed to be made, or it was on there for the Warriors. 5th and last. Johnson will kick. Putting it on the floor. Taruva leaps up, takes it, ducks under the tackle, breaks away from another tackle, and somehow gets back into the field of play. Oh, magic from Taruva. Absolute magic from Sonny Taruva. And somehow the Panthers avoid another line dropout. Warriors have got them pinned down here, though. Tackle 3, 15 out. Tohu trying to step his way through the line, but can't. No penalties here from the Warriors. That's what they'll be telling themselves. Fisher-Harris is taken on the 5th and last. 30 out from the line. Big kick needed here from Cleary. He puts it high. Straight down the throat of Montoya. And the Warriors will start in great field position. 35 out from their own line to start this set. Struggling to get back, though, the big Warriors forwards. They've only just got back there on tackle 3, but they're up over halfway now. Can they mount an attack? You feel like with 17 and a half to go, the Warriors probably need to be the next team to score. Penalty goal or try, any capacity. Some points will do it. A kick on the 4th. Johnson grubbers it in behind the line. It's nowhere near deep enough. And Edwards will gather it up very, very comfortably. And I've got to question some of these kicks from Shaun Johnson. There's a time and a place for an early kick. And the amount of times that he's kicked on the 3rd or 4th tackle, and they just haven't been quality kicks either. This is the Shaun Johnson that was playing at the Sharks. This is the Shaun Johnson that we, as Shark supporters, just could not wait to see the back of him. The decision-making, questionable. 5th and last Panthers here, though, just shy of the halfway line. Cleary puts it high into the corner. Montoya backing up, taking it on the full. Bringing it back. 20 out from his own line. The Warriors again struggling to get back. They're very, very slow. Those forwards retreating. Some of them are still standing in the Panthers' defensive line. Oh, Watene Zelezniak is having a milky milk again. Jeez. Farmer Zelezniak, please stand up, sir. The amount of milking. He copped a little slap in the face from Peachy. Come on, it's contact sport. That's going to happen. It was a little open. Let's just get on with it. That's going to happen. Overs aren't looking good, Dustin, I'm afraid. Overs are looking disastrous right now. My multi's looking disastrous as well. Anyway, Farmer Zelezniak failed with his milking attempt, and it's play on. 5th and last now, Warriors, 40 out from their own line. Johnson puts the ball down the middle of the field. Taruva will take it on the full. He cuts back across field. Now Taruva straightens. And that is a great kick return from Sonny Taruva and the Panthers. Starting in much better field position this time. Jamin Salmon is on the field. There's an opportunity in the making for the Warriors. If they can take advantage of Salmon's defensive channel. Watene Zelezniak has been called off for a HIA by the independent doctor. Well, I'm sorry to tell you, but that's what you get for trying to milk a penalty. You stay down on the ground and you try and milk a penalty from a little slap in the face. You get called off for a HIA. That's the way it should be. I mean, it sucks that he's going off the field because he's in my multi. It really sucks. But, honestly, if you're going to stay down and try and milk a penalty, you should expect to be called off for a HIA. I'm fine with that. By the way, how much does Watene Zelezniak look like the Soul Glow dude from Coming to America? Panthers ball here, 5th and last. Inside Warriors territory. Cleary will kick. Midfield, 40 out, putting it high into the corner. Tohu is up above everybody and taking it, but it's the 5th and last, and it will be a handover. And again, the The Panthers, they have not been clinical at all in the second half here on their fifth tackle options. Well, even the first half. That's big defense, and the ball spurts out the back. And it's called a knock on. Oh, and we're bringing back the Biff. Yes! Bring it back. Bring back the Biff. The teams are firing up now as we approach the last 15 minutes of the game. That's what we like to see. Bring it back. Big three-man tackle. Curran losing the ball in contact. And the Panthers now, this is their opportunity to ice this game. Because I dare say that a 14-point differential against the Warriors with 14 minutes to go might just be a bridge too far. They're not going to go to sleep like they did against Souths. Rest assured that they're never falling asleep again like they did against Souths the other week. So if they score here and go out by 14, they'll be sitting pretty comfortably, I dare say. And it would be very nice if Stephen Crichton scored it. Sefakula's been called out here for some reason. Oh, 10 in the bin for Sefakula. And the Warriors are down to 12 again. For a striking action, apparently. Oh, well, to be fair, it'd be pretty hard to miss Cleary's chin. I'm not going to lie. But Sefakula has been sent for 10 to the bin for a striking action. He was trying to shove Cleary in the shoulder. He's copped him in the chin. And that's what I mean. Like, let's be honest. Big target. "14 minutes to go. Still plenty of time left in this contest. And the Panthers, they'll get a full set of 6 here against a 12-man Warriors defensive line. Salmon tackled on tackle 1. 10 out. Salt, ahoy there. Who will win, Parramatta or the Titans? I dare say Parramatta will win quite comfortably. Cleary, dummies, goes on his own. Tackled, 5 out. It's the third. They're racing through this set. Yo brings Fisher Harris back on the inside. Bumps off a Foa. Bumps off a second. Keeps it alive. Salmon, dummies. Steps in field. Goes on his own. Centimetres short of the line on tackle 4. Panthers firing it out to the left. Oh, and it's dropped by Isaiah Yo, of all people. Of all people, Isaiah Yo has had a sneaky peek at the defensive line. And he forgot to catch the ball. And you don't see that very often from the captain. Well, Nathan Cleary's the captain, isn't he? But Isaiah Yo, still, you don't see it very often from him. That is a huge mistake. And that has let the Warriors off the hook big time. Still in this game. Terrence Bargy, ahoy mate, how are you doing today? Fifth and last now, the Warriors. They have raced through this set now. They're 35 out from the line though. Johnson steps, sees a gap, goes straight through. Johnson kicks into the end goal. No, not quite. It sits up nicely for Peachy. But Johnson, chasing his own kick, takes Peachy over the dead ball line. And he is trying to fire up his troops now. Sean Johnson leading from the front. Spots a huge gap, steps, goes on his own in between Fisher Harris and another big forward on the inside. Puts the grubber into the end goal. Chases his own kick. A perfection legs tackle on Tyrone Peachy. And it's going to be a dropout for the Panthers. 11.5 to go. They're still well in this, the Warriors. Cleary kicks it deep, and now Bunty Afoa firing up again. Runs it back into the defense. Oh, the Warriors, they've just started to lift here. They've got a man in the sin bin again for the next 5 or 6 minutes, the Warriors, but they have gone up a gear. Johnson to the line. Bringing a runner back on the inside. Tackle 3. They're 10 out from the Panthers' try line. They go blindside. Johnson to Klokstad out the back. He's well and truly marked up. Runs it back in field. And that will be tackle 4 now. Just a couple of meters short of the line. Still they stay blindside. So close to the line there. Tomali. 5th and last Warriors. Johnson grubbers into the end goal. Oh, it sits up for Cleary. And Cleary brings it back for the Panthers. Halfback on halfback. And Cleary has read that like a book. And saved the day for the Penny Panthers. Now Tohu runs across field. Breaks the first up tackle. He's still going Tohu. Caught 20 metres out. Crichton from dummy half. Earns some extra metres. 4th tackle Panthers. 40 out from the line. Luai just shuffles it along to Sorensen. 5th and last on halfway. Sorensen keeps it alive. Offload. Hosking. 5th and last it is now. Up over halfway. A great set of 6 there. Now Cleary puts it high. Pressure on the receiver. But Pompey takes it well, and Luai will wrap him up. And the Warriors, 5.5 minutes to go with Sifakula in the sin bin. Trailing by 8 points. 9.5 minutes to go. And they're looking up and seeing 80 metres to go upfield. And now driven backwards in the tackle by Cleary and Crichton. The Warriors, they've made hardly any meters here. 5th and last, they're inside their own 40. Johnson, low, flat kick, angling it towards the corner, but it goes straight down the throat of Tohu. And Tohu can bring it back to the 40. And this is great field position for the Panthers on attack. Bunty Afoa has come off the field. He's having a rest. He's had a big game again. Bunty. What a unit. Bunty Afoa. What? He's got to be about 105 kilograms, and I dare say about 80 kilograms of that is his hair. Luai takes it to the line. Short ball to Sorensen. He nearly breaks through. He falls backwards up to the 20-metre line. Kenny back on the field, a dummy half. Pops it out to Edwards. Edwards still going. Hoskin cuts back in field, and he is caught 10 out from the line, and here is a penalty to the Panthers right in front of the posts. The Warriors dropping the shoulder in. Did they dare take the 2 points? You wouldn't bother at this point, surely. Surely you wouldn't bother at this point. You tap and you go. You're already 8 clear. You tap, you go, you keep the pressure on. I would love to say take the 2, but surely you tap and go here. And they do. They tap, and Smith with the hit up. 13 on 12, you're already 8 points clear. You're 10 metres out, you tap and go. Cleary, dummies, cuts back in field, goes on his own, and he is caught on tackle 2. Yo catches the ball this time. Third tackle, just to the right of the post here, the Panthers. Lenu. Oh, they've got a big overlap to the left here, the Panthers, and they go left. It's a bad pass from Kenny, though. Cleary takes it to the line on his own. Offloads now. Sorensen, here we go. Salmon. Oh, the pass to Taruva, and Taruva's knocked it on. Was it touched by the Warriors? It was not touched by the Warriors, and Taruva, the pass from Salmon was a... Oh, the pass from Salmon was there. It should have been taken. Jamin Salmon has done everything you could possibly ask of him there, and Taruva is pretty much now. I think it might have been, was it Vobsy? Vobsy might have been asking me what happens with Taylor May when he comes back. As good as Sonny Taruva has done, I think it's a little moments like that where Sonny Taruva is just solidifying the fact that Taylor May will waltz straight back into the starting squad of this Panthers team. He has been fantastic filling in, but little moments like that, those are the difference makers between your reserve graders and your full-time starting players, isn't it? That should have been game, set, match Panthers. Taruva, he's had a solid game. Just one moment. And it keeps the Warriors with just that little glimmer of hope. Five and a half minutes to go. 8 points the difference. It's achievable. It is achievable. As the Panthers bring it back into Warriors territory. Now the offload to Edwards. Edwards spots a gap, kicks over the top for Crichton. Oh, it bounces back over everybody. And Hoskin will bring it down for the Panthers on tackle 4. They're 10 out. Oh, they've got them absolutely destroyed on the left. Oh, they don't even need it. He goes on his own. Spencer Leniu. They had about a 17-on-2 overlap to the left. But Spencer Leniu said, give the ball to me. I'm just going to run through everybody and score on my own. And he does just that. Spencer Leniu, the bulldozer. It started here with Nathan Cleary. Got the offload away to Edwards. That started this whole issue for the Warriors. And they had them absolutely decimated on the left. Didn't need to use it. Spencer Leniu says, give it to me. I'll just bulldoze over 2 guys. It's fine. We don't need to do it the easy way. The easy way would have been just run it through the hands, take advantage of the 24-on-1 overlap that they had out on the left. But Spencer Leniu says, no, I want to run straight through 2 dudes. 18 points to 6. Panthers, kick to come. I'll be right back. John Kalala Kamaru. John Kalala Kamaru. Spencer Leniu, the bulldozer. What a run. Honestly, I thought he had made the wrong decision. I really did. I thought, what has Spencer Leniu done here as Cleary's conversion hits the near upright? And it stays 18 points to 6. 12 points the difference with 3 minutes 41 to go. Are the Panthers home and host? I really thought Spencer Leniu made a mistake. But talk about owning the moment. Owning the moment big time. Johnson with the short kickoff. Oh, and Mr. Reliable Dylan Edwards there to take it on the fall. And the Panthers, I think they're home here. The Panthers, it might not have been as convincing as one expected, but they're back. Back in the winner's circle here, Penrith. I'm calling it 3 minutes early. They just did what they needed to do. They got the job done. I think they'll be more than happy. More than happy to fly under the radar a little bit. When you've won back-to-back premierships, people are going to be jumping all over you, waiting for your downfall. Oh, it's Cleary juggles the ball there, gets the kick away still. And I dare say that if you've won back-to-back premierships, you might be very happy to have it seem like the wheels have fallen off the wagon and just fly under the radar a little bit. Still, we've got 2.5 minutes here for Stephen Crichton or Watene Zalesniak to score a consolation try for the Warriors or another try for the Panthers. Stephen Crichton, the intercept king. It's time for him to step up. Oh, he's looking for it, Crichton. He was there. Oh, that was so close. It was very nearly a Stephen Crichton intercept special to save the day for my multi. But it doesn't quite eventuate. We're inside the last 2 minutes now. Johnson finds the turf with his kick, but Tohu's back there. And they're just winding down the clock now, the Panthers. Winding it down. 18 points to 6 in the lead. Nothing fancy or expansive needed from them. They just need to wind down the clock now. Take the victory. Get themselves the 2 points. Cleary shrugs away from the tackle. The first up tackle and makes some extra meters. Oh, Taruva cutting back in field. Pushing away from a couple of tackles. And then finally brought down. Yo with a big run. Up over halfway. Cleary will kick. Finding the line. Yes. Just perfect. Running down the clock. The crowd booing as Nathan Cleary comes up on the big screen. "20 seconds to go. Panthers are home. They've done it tough. It's been far from convincing. But it was a fairly solid display. 85% completion rate, 84 to the Warriors. That evened up across the course of the game. And there it is, the full-time siren sounds. 18 points to 6. The Panthers back in the winner's circle. 12-point victors over the Warriors here. All right, Wasted Water Sports. I am going to get myself ready for the Sharks Dolphins coming up next. I actually didn't realize that they were so long between the games. That took me by surprise a little bit. I thought that the games were just going bang, bang, bang. Yeah, catch you later, Dustin. Thanks for hanging out, mate. Yeah, I thought the games were just going to go bang, bang, bang. 1, 2, 3. I didn't realize there was such a gap in between. But before I have a little break, let's check out Wasted Water Sports leaderboard. Vobsy is once again flying away at the top of the charts there. James, there's still 2 of you. I don't understand it. I've removed you once, but you came back again. So there's still 2 Jameses. Crazy stuff. But there's Will in there, technically in 3rd spot. Shack of Hearts and Heel Fries rounding out what's essentially the top 5. Nah. All right, so I am going to leave the stream running. Oh, there's Lara Pitt. Yeah, I will leave the stream run, but I'm going to have myself like a 10 or 15 minute break. Because I've already done all the artwork and I've already set everything up as if the stream's not going to end. That's the problem. So I'm going to have myself a little break. And then we'll be back for the Sharks Dolphins in about 15 minutes. I reckon about 15 minutes time, I'll pop back. So, yeah, it took me by surprise a little bit. I really did think that we were just going back to back to back. So, thank you very much, Wasted Water Sports, for joining me for this one. Stick around, and we'll be back for Sharks Dolphins coming up very, very soon. I'm not going to stop the stream. I'll keep it running. It'll be right here. Same place. right, Wasted World of Sports. We are back as Magic Round Super Saturday continues. UFC only fans, ahoy there, mate. How are you doing? Very nice to have you along, as always. We are getting ready for the second game of the day. My Cronulla Sharks versus the Dolphins. I tell you what, nervous doesn't even begin to describe it because the Sharks have a terrible, terrible historic record at Suncorp Stadium, Lang Park, whatever you want to call it, whatever version of the stadium it was. The Sharks are generally pretty horrible whenever they play there. And let's add on top of that, Uncle Wayne is having a milestone moment. Game number 900. Game number 900 for Wayne Bennett. Can you believe it? How old is that bugger? 900 games coaching. So the nerves are at a premium for this one. I can tell you that I've actually never, I'm not saying that it's never happened, but I'm saying I have never been in person to a game of the Sharks in Queensland where they've won. I stopped going. I stopped going because I knew it was pointless. Even my dad wanted to go to Magic Round this weekend. But I wouldn't, he's like, you're not going to go with me, so bollocks to it. No, I'm not going to go because I know the Sharks are much better off if I'm here, way away from the stadium. As a matter of fact, it's probably a bad idea that I'm even watching this game. But we'll see how it goes. They are up against the Dolphins. I was born in Newcastle, UFC only fans, and I know that doesn't really answer the next question is probably, well, why do you go for the Sharks if you were born in Newcastle? But, I mean, if you're from Sydney, you can pretty much go for any Sydney team, can't you? So, there you go. Who wants to support the Knights? Well, apart from those years where they won. Mind you, one of those years they won was Super League year, wasn't it? So, can't really count that. I don't really count that year at all. You know, the Sharks actually made it to the grand final in Super League. They got slaughtered by the Broncos, but they made it to the grand final. So I've gone a... let's see, if we jump over to the game screen for a moment, I can tell you what my multi is. Will Kennedy, Ronaldo Mulitalo, the Hammer, Tabuai-Fidow, and Jermaine Osako. 4 try scorers, 2 from each team. Bring it on. All I need is 3 to get my money back. If I get 4, great. That would be fabulous. But the countdown is on to kick off for this one. 9 minutes to go. Oh, nervous. Nervous doesn't even begin to describe it. Oh, those stupid bunch of direct fins that people have been wearing on their heads. Now, I had a very interesting conversation with a mate of mine that went to the game. One of the games, not this game, but one of the games at Suncorp. And those stupid budget direct fins that people have been wearing on their heads. And they look like retarded elves. Am I allowed to say the word retarded in 2023? Well, I don't care. I just did. They look like really bizarre Christmas elves that haven't quite got their hat right. Apparently, the person that was handing them out said to my friend, those bunch of direct fins are actually meant for the hands. They're not meant to be wearing them on the head. They're meant to be wearing them on their hands. Like dolphin fins. Why am I flapping like a bird? I've no idea. But I said that actually makes a lot more sense than the stupid thing on top of the head. That makes a lot more sense that it's for the hands. So people have been doing it wrong. And I guess they've just gone with it. They should make an announcement around the ground that you're doing it wrong, people. UFC OnlyFans says I was right about Dylan Walker. What did I say? What was I right about? I mean, great. Fantastic. I was right. I'm so curious what I was right about, though. Whoa. Nervous times here for Shark Sporters. At least teams have lost to the Dolphins. I honestly thought when all the talk was about all the talk was about who was going to be the first team to lose to the Dolphins. And I was looking through the draw, and I saw Magic Round, Suncorp, Sharks, Dolphins. I really, really honestly thought there was a big, big chance that the Sharks would be the ones to take that milestone. Thankfully, other teams have lost to them, so should they lose this one, it's not as deflating as it probably would be. Because I think, if I'm not mistaken, the Sharks might have been one of the first teams to not beat the Sharks might have been one of the teams to not beat the Western Reds back in the day. I said that he was a lock for any time try scorer. That doesn't sound like something I would have said. I didn't even know who Dylan Walker was before today, to be honest. I was like, who's that bald-headed guy with the beard running around? And they said Dylan Walker. I'm like, oh. No, Dylan Edwards, mate. Dylan Edwards. Yes. UFC, Dylan Edwards, Panthers fullback. Not Dylan Walker, the Warriors number 6. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you now. Yes, I did say Dylan Edwards was Mr. Reliable. All right. We're on the same page now, UFC. We just had the wrong Dylan. Yeah, Dylan Edwards, another impressive performance from him. It's so secure under the high ball as well. I don't recall Dylan Edwards making a single mistake all game. He was immense once again. Honestly, you've got to feel sorry for players like that, because a Dylan Edwards would be an absolute certainty for State of Origin, a certainty for the Kangaroos, but he just happens to be playing in an era that involves James Tedesco, Tommy Turbo, like really, really standout X-Factor players. Dylan Edwards, unfortunately for him, he's not an X-Factor player. He's just a really ridiculously solid fullback. And if it was a different era, a different time, and there weren't all those other players around him, it was definitely Dylan Edwards, UFC. Panthers fullback, Dylan Edwards. Yes, because I did say that. He's a lock for any time try scorer. Teams getting ready to run out on the field. We're just a few minutes away from kickoff as a dance party ensues on Suncorp Stadium. The crowd is starting to filter in. The seats are starting to fill up. That guy can't decide who he's going for. He's got a half Sharks jersey, half Dolphins jersey. Pick a side and stick with it, mate. Pick a team and run with it. I actually used to think I should go to a game with two jerseys on, and then I can just switch at halftime. If things aren't going well, just flip it around at halftime. Have the other jersey on underneath. Smart. Teams are out onto the field. It's a home game for the Sharks, apparently. But the chorus of boos ringing out around Suncorp says otherwise. Majority support for the Dolphins. And you just look around at the crowd and you look at all those empty seats and you go, surely. I mean, they brag about Magic Round, they being the NRL, but look at all those empty seats for both of these games in the lead-up. Now, I'm sure that the Storm and Rabbitohs will be a packed house. I have no doubt about it. But you look around at all those empty seats and you go, surely they would have drawn more people out at PointsBet Stadium. And here we are at 5:30 p.m. The time has ticked over. We need to get underway. What's the hold-up? Let's get this started. Sharks, Dolphins. It's a Sharks home game, but we are at the Dolphins home stadium. So that will be very interesting. Game number 900 for Uncle Wayne Bennett. Five seconds to go as the Dolphins will get us underway and the Sharks will have first use of the ball. Game number 2 of Super Saturday underway. And Kafusi with the first hit up. Sharks looking to continue their run of form. Talakai, you get very nervous every time you see Talakai with the ball. You're just waiting for the dropsies. He holds on to it this time, though. McInnes feeds it on to Hunt. James Intox, my favourite movie. Oh, God. Now, there's a conversation within itself. The Sharks get through their work. The first set is completed. The kick down to the hammer on the full. I'd have to put my favourite movies into categories, to be perfectly honest. I did enjoy Cars, but in all honesty, my favourite like Disney Pixar animation style movie is probably Up. I really, really enjoyed that one. But I'd have to say my favorite animated film wasn't even by Disney or Pixar, Disney Pixar, Shark Tale. Loved Shark Tale. It was fabulous. Admittedly, I now struggle to watch it in the later years of my life. I do struggle with rewatching it, but, geez, I was all about that movie. Loved it. Geez, some of my favorite movies. Dogma. Dogma was a good one. Jay and Silent Bob. I love, like, stupid stoner comedies like that. As the Sharks play expansive early here, Mulatalo dangerously close to the sideline. Flips it back in field to the sofa. Fifth and last Sharks, 40 out. Back to Hines to put the ball high. There's no pressure on the kick chase. And that's easily taken at the back by the Hammer. And the Dolphins can start to bring the ball back from their own territory, but a driving tackle. 3-man tackle by the Sharks. Loved the Transformers cartoons when I was a kid. I had the action figures, had the comic books. Oh, I'll tell you another one that I loved when I was a kid. Voltron. Does anyone remember Voltron? And I'll tell you what, I've still got a box full of all my old G.I. Joes. Go, Joe. Mulatalo steps through the gap. He steps another one. He's still going. He has the ball slapped out of his hands from behind. And that's a great covering effort by Jermaine Asako. I want to say it was. Slapping the ball free of Mulatalo's hands just as the Sharks were looking very threatening. Thundercats. Speaking of cats, what about the Samurai Pizza Cats? Who remembers them? Samurai Pizza Cats? Positive signs early there for the Sharks. Mulatalo creating space. Kaufusi bringing it back for the Dolphins. Police Kaufusi, that is. Not. This is interesting. We could potentially have a Kaufusi square off. Police versus Oregon. Oh, now they've created space. The Dolphins, they do get the ball out to Tessie New. Steps inside 1, 2. And he's brought down 20 out. Fifth and last. Nicarima puts the high ball up. Not a lot of distance on it. And Matt Moylan, of all people, running forward and leaping to take the ball. That was unexpected, to say the least. Five minutes gone, 0-0. Both teams just feeling each other out. Ramian trying to get on the outside of the defensive line. Can't do it. It's taken down on tackle 4. Meters hard to come by here for the Sharks in this set of 6. Fifth and last. 30 out from their own line. Hines off the side of the boot slightly. No threat of it going out on the full, though. And that's a huge hit put on the Hammer. Brayley and Nakora. Big defense from the Sharks. Driving the Dolphins backwards. Trying to keep them pinned down into their own territory. Six again for the Dolphins. From dummy half, straight through the gap. Now opens up. Katoa on the outside of Kennedy. And that will be the first try. The Dolphins have scored first. And the Suncorp curse is threatening early here for the Sharks. Dazzler, 75 UK. Ahoy, mate. Nicarima scampering out of... No, Marshall King. Scampering out of dummy half. Katoa unmarked on the inside. Lazy defense from the Sharks. Ranging backwards. Oh, he's been pantsed! And I got way too excited about that. And Katoa just strolls over the line. And the Dolphins are about to go 6-0 up 7 minutes into this contest. And the curse of Suncorp that has plagued the Sharks in the club's entire history is threatening early in this one. Because that, I'm afraid, was just a little bit too easy for the Dolphins. And Asako from right beside the post, as easy as you like that conversion. 6 points to nil. 7.5 minutes to go. Very, very concerning signs early for Cronulla. Positive signs early for the Dolphins. 6 points to nil. What a start for Wayne Bennett and his 900th game coaching. Incredible stuff. Other movies that I've really enjoyed. I mean, it's hard to go wrong with Jim Carrey. I love a lot of Jim Carrey movies. Me, Myself, and Irene was a great one. Yes Man was fabulous. As Brayley gets us back underway. I've got to admit too that I'm a little bit of I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Adam Sandler movies. Some of them are terrible, admittedly. Some of them are just disastrous. Click. Fantastic movie. Fabulous. 10 out of 10 was Click. Happy Gilmore, 10 out of 10. Little Nicky, 9 out of 10. Oh, they've allowed this to bounce, the Sharks, and it goes over the sideline. No harm done. Oh, the Three Amigos. That was brilliant. Thinking they're in a TV show or a movie. Fabulous. Chevy Chase. Vacation. The National Lampoon's Vacation movies. Great. Yeah, Little Nicky was fantastic. Around the grounds, Crusaders 48-13 over the Force. And the Blues 17 currently leading Moana Pacifica 3. Moylan takes it to line, passes to nobody. Is crunched in backplay, and it's called forward. Big defense from the Dolphins. Who made that tackle? That was a crunching hit. Ah, yes, it was touched on the way through. I see Teague Wilton, I believe, just getting a touch on the ball, knocking it ever so slightly forward. The Dolphins. Oh, it's Kaufusi. Felice Kaufusi has just folded Matt Moylan in half. Boy, we've seen some big hits tonight. We have seen some monster hits. It's no surprise. No surprise that Felice Kaufusi is getting involved in that. They are just rumbling forward now, the Dolphins. Tackle 3, up over halfway. 30 out from the Sharks line. Looking threatening again. A few tackles up their sleeves. Through the back line they go. And that's a shocker of a pass. The pass behind Ewan Aiken. He had to reach back for it. Couldn't reel it in. And the Sharks survived that one. UFC Only Fam says Dumb and Dumber is solid. Yes, absolutely. Could have done without the follow-up films, in all honesty. But if you... Here's the thing I say. If you look at those follow-up films just in context, like, they weren't... And especially the more recent one. And I'm not talking about the terrible bloody Dumb and Dumber film that didn't even involve Jim Carrey, and forget about it. Forget about that one. But the actual proper Dumb and Dumber franchise, the original guys. If you look at the most recent one in context, just as homage to the original, rather than trying to be anything new or groundbreaking, then it was enjoyable as well. And I say the same thing about Jay and Silent Bob. If you look at the most recent Jay and Silent Bob, where Jay had a daughter, and it's a knock-on by the Sharks. Oh, it's an error-riddled performance from the Sharks early here. They're challenging this call early. If you just appreciate the movies as homage to the originals, then they're acceptable. No, that's just a loose carry, and I'm afraid that's a knock-on. Oh, hang on. This might fall their way. This might actually fall their way. Nikora has still got the ball. Successful challenge. Now there is something. Fitzy's happy about that. He's going to have a sip of water, unless it's vodka in that bottle. Oh, Truman Show. What a fantastic film. What a fantastic film, The Truman Show. So good. I watched that again just recently, and it very much holds up against the test of time. Great movie. Successful challenge here for the Sharks. They keep the ball. Brayley to McInnes. They go inside the 20. They stay on the blind side, fifth and last. Hines out the back to Moylan. Short ball to Ramian, and they go to ground. And that will just be a weak handover on the fifth and last. But it is forcing the Dolphins to play out of their own 5-metre zone. Asako, dummies, steps back in field, goes on his own. Can't break the defensive line. Tackle 2, Dolphins racing up was Teague Wilton. Keeping the Finns pinned down here. Fourth tackle now, Dolphins just over their own 30-metre line. Kafusi on the fifth and last takes it up towards halfway. Asako puts it high. Katoa is under it. No, it's Kennedy. Will Kennedy. Katoa hadn't even made it back into position yet. Oh, now Kennedy's dropped the ball. Oh, the Sharks are having a nightmare start. The curse of Suncorp. They just forget how to play when they come to Suncorp, the Sharks. They just forget how to play footy when they come to Suncorp Stadium. It's unreal. It is absolutely unbelievable how a stadium, no matter what era of the squad is present, they just come to this ground and just suck every single year. Whether they're playing the Broncos or whether they're playing in Magic Round, the Sharks, for whatever reason, just cannot play footy in Queensland. I can't understand it. It makes no sense. It's like a plane ride just scrambles their ability to do basic functions. Incredible. Just basic errors killing the Sharks at the moment. And the Dolphins on the attack, 10 out. Asako out the back it goes. Nikorima trying to find something, anything to do. Surrenders in tackle 4. 10 out from the line. But they're still on the attack here, the Dolphins. Spread out to the right they are. And they've got an overlap here. It's shut down, though, in defence. And Asako is bundled over the touchline. And the Sharks survive that threat. Sharks up over halfway on tackle 4. Talakai in at dummy half. Probably not what we wanted. Hines kicking on tackle 4. Spots some space in the corner. In behind the defence. It pops up very kindly for New. And he breaks the first tackle. Almost gets through the second one. And he's taken 10 out from his own line. UFC Only Fam says Keanu Reeves is solid. I like the Matrix. And a scanner darkly. I'll tell you what else, Keanu Reeves. I'll always remember Keanu Reeves. 1991. Does anyone want to have a guess at what I'm talking about? 1991. Now Ewan Aitken goes through. He's got support from the hammer on the inside. And the Dolphins are going to score a second try. And that is going to be a tick on the multi. The Dolphins are absolutely carving up the Sharks here. They are dismantling them. The curse of Suncorp continuing for the Cronulla Sharks. Oh, I don't understand it. I have never seen anything like it. A team that just cannot play. A team that cannot play at Suncorp Stadium. Weak defense. Jump on our Discord, sidekicks. Feel free to jump on our Discord there, my friend. $10 to 0, kick to come. 1 tick on the multi done, but geez. From right in front, the conversion successful. 12 points to 0 after 18 minutes. Dolphins absolutely dominating this performance here. And the Sharks, I've been supporting the Sharks for such a long time. Honestly. They just can't, for whatever reason, play at Suncorp. There's a long way to go in this game, but boy, they really need to clean up their act. They seriously need to clean up their act big time. 12 points to 0. Such a long way back now for the Sharkies. Sidekicks, is your Discord name, honestly, Kanye East? That is fabulous. That is fantastic. There's a Kanye West. Now there's a Kanye East. Somebody please jump on and be Kanye South. Wow, 12 points to 0. Dolphins dominating. Mulatalo. There's still plenty of time in this game. I mean, let's not write the Sharks off yet. But I've been saying in the lead up, I've been so concerned about this. So concerned about this contest. The Sharks always struggle at Suncorp. While we're talking about movies as well, you know who else I actually quite like? I quite liked Money Train, White Man Can't Jump, Wesley Snipes. Obviously, he got himself into a little bit of tax trouble for a period of time there. James Intox says, which one is it, Dan? Which what? Which what? What have I said? What have I confused everybody with? Oh, a kick on the fourth here. Changing up. The Dolphins are pops up very kindly for Will Kennedy. And he will bring it back towards halfway. And the Sharks will start this set in decent field position. They have to be the next to score. And now collared is Mulatalo. Taken around the shoulders. I think it was fine. Oh, yeah, the 1991 movie with Keanu Reeves. Sorry. And the Dolphins win a penalty. What is this penalty for? Oh, the Dolphins are absolutely slaughtering here. Hang on. I feel like this is justified. It's going to take me a little bit of time to find it. I apologize. But I feel like this is justified now because they are decimating my team. Getting absolutely pantsed.
What the hell is that?
Uh-oh. Here they come.
Oh, no, it's the Japanese!
It's the... Oh, plenty of time, yeah.
Fuck you, Dolphin!
Plenty of time, but boy, if the Dolphins score here and go 18-0 up, tackle 3, 10 out from the line. All the pressure on the Sharks here as they keep the ball alive. The Dolphins are Sarko running it to the line, gets the offload away, and Lemu is taken 5 out on tackle 4. Big line up to the right. Asako sends it out there. They've got the overlap. They just need to get the ball out there. Oh, it's not necessary. He goes on his own and scores the try. The debutant, Tawera Dolphins. 16-0 kick to come. The Sharks and Suncorp just do not go together. Hey, Mamel, ahoy! Have you managed to catch the end of last night's stream by any chance, Gamamel? We checked out and reacted live to your cup stacking videos. One-on-one with Matt Moylan. No contest. Absolutely no contest there. Moylan straight through him. $16-0 kick to come. The Sharks and Suncorp. It's unreal. It is absolutely unbelievable how one team can suck so badly at the same stadium year in, year out. What is it about this stadium? The Sharks just forget the basics of football every single year. And I'm going all the way back to the Andrew Eddinghaus and Mark McGaw Lang Park era. They just never play well here. I can't understand it. So many different eras, so many different coaches, so many different players. They all just suck the air out of the stadium at Suncorp / Lang Park. I just don't get it. Conversion successful, 18 points to 0. Unreal. I might have got the year wrong. By the way, James Intox. I think I said 1991. The movie was actually from 1989. And another penalty here to the Dolphins, because why not? Let's just keep it going. Let's just keep the momentum going. Yeah, I might have got the year wrong. I'm thinking 1989. Keanu Reeves played the supporting role in Parenthood with Steve Martin. That was the movie I was thinking of, so it wasn't 1991. My apologies for that. It was 1989. Great movie. As the Dolphins hot on the attack again, another try here will pretty much, in all honesty, put the game to bed. I know we've still got a whole half of football to go, but 24-0 Dolphins puts the game to bed. At Suncorp, the Sharks at Suncorp. If this were at PointsBet Stadium, if this was a Sharks home game, an actual Sharks home game, like a proper one, and here they go, they've got the numbers. Oh, and we've got a sin bin incoming here. Sione Katoa is in a lot of trouble here. He's hung the arm out, and he has absolutely collared the Dolphins attacker, and he might be in a little bit of trouble. He's on report. Oh, okay, just a penalty. Lucky there for the Sharkies. Just a penalty. Katoa on report, just hanging a lazy arm out there. And Ewan Aiken felt that one. But it's the Dolphins, 18-0 up. Hot on the attack. Yeah, I mean, in all honesty, supporting the Sharks for as long as I have, if the Dolphins go up 24-0 here, I'm prepared to call it. That will be game, set, match. Dolphins. Sharks have to be next to score. There's no if, buts, maybes. At Suncorp Stadium, where the Sharks are always terrible, useless, if they go 24 points down, there's no coming back. I don't care if there's over a half a footy left. They have to hold on here. 6 again. It's another full set of 6 incoming. It's not possible for them to hold on, surely. They're offside again. This will be another set restart. They're all offside again, the Sharks. They get away with that one. I am more than willing to write them off here, and there is a very easy try for the Dolphins. Lemu is over, and this is an annihilation, and this is the Sharks at Suncorp, and this is their premiership credentials, I've got to say, because you have to be able to play away from home. It's what we haven't yet seen from the Broncos, and it's what we're seeing dished up from the Sharks. It's a little unfair because it is supposed to be a home game for the Sharks, but they're playing at the Dolphin Stadium. Such is the nature of Magic Round. And it's a stadium where they traditionally just suck at, but I'm telling you, this is taking sucking to brand new levels. What about Bob? What a great movie. Bill Murray. Such a great movie. It was so good. It was just all the every time he would just pop up, Bob just pops up on the doorstep. Asako converts. It's 24-0. Oh, I'm disappointed in myself for not tipping the Dolphins. I really genuinely thought the Dolphins would win because the Sharks traditionally suck at Suncorp. I honestly didn't think it would be this bad, though. I really didn't think it would be an annihilation. I thought it might have been a close game. I thought the Dolphins would win maybe by 2-4 points. I wasn't expecting them to threaten 50. Sharks get us back underway. A very, very lopsided contest here. For the Sharks, they just need to bag themselves a try without leaking any more points. Get themselves to the halftime break. If they go into halftime 18 behind, it's been a disastrous game so far. But if they go in 18 behind, that's not huge. Oh, what a run. Just charging over the top of Jack Williams. And the Dolphins are just rumbling upfield here. Knocked backwards and they get the ball bouncing kindly. Up over halfway they go. Oh, the Dolphins they just can't do anything wrong here at the moment. Fifth and last, Nicoll-Klokstad. Well, that was a pretty shit kick. That's probably about the first thing. Oh, look, I think it is Shack of Hearts. Don't get me wrong. I've been following the Sharks long enough to know that I've been saying it from the start. They suck at Suncorp, Lang Park, whatever you want to call the stadium. They suck. For whatever reason, no Sharks team has ever been able to play here. For whatever reason, they were always likely to lose, in my opinion. Even though I tipped them, but I probably tipped them because they're my team. All I'm saying, though, is what they need to do to keep themselves in this game. I stand by my call. It's game over. The Dolphins have just blown them out of the water. It's game over way before halftime. But I'm saying, as a commentator and as a game analyst, it's what the Sharks need to do. I'm not saying they're capable of doing it. But it's what they need to be thinking. It's what they need to do as players on the field who are in a much better position than I am. 64% possession in favor of the Dolphins. Sharks, they need to get some ball and they need to maintain it and get themselves back into this contest. Can they do it? Probably not, because Suncorp. The Suncorp factor cannot be overlooked. I don't think there's ever been a team that has had such a bogey stadium as the Sharks and Suncorp / Lang Park. It's ridiculous. It's why I stopped going to the games. I used to go and see the Sharks. Little Dan would gear up in all these Sharks gear. Go out to Lang Park, and the Broncos would absolutely slaughter them. So I stopped going. Good to see that tradition is holding up. The Sharks still suck at Suncorp Stadium, and the offload by the Dolphins, keeping it alive. Fifth and last, they're on the attack again. They could go 30 up here. Fifth and last, running it to the line. They've got the overlap. Here's another try. Tessie New is in the corner. Oh, this is an annihilation. 28 points to nil. Is there a mercy rule? Enforce a mercy rule. It's over. I have never seen a team just be so bad at one stadium as historically the Sharks are at Suncorp. Just a nightmare. But this is honestly worse than I could have imagined. Absolutely worse than I could have pictured. Suncorp Stadium and the Sharks. What is it? What is it about this stadium? I don't recall them ever winning here. They barely got past the Titans a couple of years ago. That's how bad they are when they come here. I think it was a 4-point win against the Titans. $28 points to nil. Kick to come from out wide, straight down the middle. Oh, they can't do anything wrong here for Uncle Wayne's 900th. 30 points to nil. I honestly thought my team would lose. I didn't think that they would get pantsed so badly. I'm not surprised by the result. I'm surprised by the margin. I'm stunned by the margin, actually. I was never going to be shocked by the result. I am absolutely flabbergasted by the margin, though. $30 points to nil. Absolutely unreal. So anyway, movies. Since this game's the drizzling shits, oh, keeping the ball alive again. The Dolphins, the offloads. That's how they've been garnering this success. Oh, did I say that, Gamer Mel? That sounds like something I would say. As Mulatalo drops the ball behind him. And that just sums up the Sharks tonight. They got the drop. Did I honestly say that? That does sound like something I would say, Gamer Mel. I'm like, she's gone. We can talk about her. The funniest thing is you were actually gone. No, I'm not going to finish the stream at halftime, James. I understand it's my team, but I'm a professional. I don't throw my toys out of the cot just because my team is getting completely and totally man-shamed. John Curtin, ahoy, how are you, mate? Welcome back from Thailand. Tell us all about it, sir. How was it? Yeah, James. My team's getting absolutely hammered, but I've got a job to do. I'm not going to throw my toys out of the cot and cancel the stream at halftime. We're going to press on. And like I said, I want to turn this into a kind of talkback radio type of thing. So the Discord lines will be open at halftime. Anybody who would like to voice chat. Oh, jeez. Nakora bobbles the ball. only just reels it in. That would have been disastrous for the Sharks, knocking the ball on there. 5th and last at their own 20. The Dolphins, they are just dominating every single facet of this game. Oh, now a mistake. And offside. That's got to be a penalty. He's offside. Yeah, so we'll be doing the halftime call-ins if anybody would like to. There's only been one person who's actually called in so far. Dan Jam. Had a fabulous chat with Dan Jam from Gloucester. I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me correctly. Oh, you're back in Thailand. Sorry. I misread the message, John. I thought the message said you're back from Thailand. I see. You're back over there. You couldn't get enough of it. You've gone back again. Hines out the back to Kennedy. Kennedy double pumps, goes on his own. Centimetres short of the line on tackle 3. Katoa to Hines, firing across to Brayley. Inside ball to Finucane. Finucane chopped down in a big tackle from Kafusi. Here we go. The Sharks have got the ball at last. Hines to Talakai. Pops it out the back to Mulatalo. Mulatalo will score. And the Sharks get another tick on my multi. And they get some points on the board going into the break. 2 legs down going into halftime, just like the last game. Can the players carry on with it this time and win me some money? Yeah, sorry, my apologies, John. I totally misread the message. I thought you said you were back from Thailand. You're back over in Thailand. Nice. Can't get enough of it. The party never ends in Thailand. Very nice. Game ML says, the reason I kept my practice attempts in is in a tournament you get 2 warm-up and 3 tries. Nice. Oh, see, but the thing is, Game ML, I didn't know it was a warm-up. And I think you knew that from my reaction. Like, I didn't know it was a warm-up. I just saw a couple. Hines hooks it to the left. Can't afford missed conversions when you trail by this much. John Curtin, you're bringing one back with you this time. My only advice to you, and I'm gathering that you've been to Thailand enough to know, is make sure you're actually bringing a girl back. I mean, unless you're into that type of thing, which is totally fine. Have I shared the story on stream? I know that I've definitely shared the story on stream on my gaming channel. I'm not sure if I've shared the story here about my experience with the lady boy. I've definitely shared it on my gaming channel. I'm not sure if I've shared it on the sports channel. Anyway, 30 points to 4. The Sharks have managed to get some points on the board. They will not be going into halftime with donuts at least. Nico Hines can't be missing conversions, though, in this scenario. Brayley breaks from dummy half. If they can snag another one before halftime, that would be massive. Hines cut out pass to Ramian. Can't get on the outside. Great legs tackle by Ewan Aiken. Hazelton goes straight through. Oh, Fitzy number 2 steps. Fullback to beat. The hammer brings him down on tackle 4. Sharks now starting to get some front foot ball. They've got an overlap to the left. Kennedy to Sofa. Sofa Talakai pops it back in field to Kennedy. And Kennedy plants it down for the try. It's another tick on the multi, and the Sharks get their second. Oh, we only need Jermaine Asako. We've got 40 minutes of a second half for Jermaine Asako to score a try and win my multi. Fitzy number 2, Hazelton, starts that with the line break, and the Sharks have gone bang, bang, and they could be going into half-time only 20 points down. And I realize how ridiculous that sounds to say only 20 points down. Try confirmed. Kennedy, Mulatalo, and the hammer. We are just a Jermaine Sarko away from winning big tonight as Hines moves in, strikes this one a lot better. 30 points to 10, and the Sharks at least have something to go into halftime with. Some positives taking it into the break. 16 seconds to go. 40 minutes for Jermaine Sarko to get over the line. And then I don't care what happens. Don't forget, halftime, feel free to voice chat into the show. You don't have to be on camera. It's just voice. If you're part of the Wasted World of Sports /Intoxigamer Discord channel, on the left-hand side, you will see a server list. Right down the bottom, there are voice channels. If you pop into the waiting room, I'll bring you onto the stream live, and we can have a chat during the halftime break. So remember, that is an option for everybody. I want to turn this into, eventually, and I know it's going to take some time, I want to turn this into a little bit of a callback type of scenario. The old school radio callback style. As we go into halftime, 30 points to 10 in favour of the Dolphins. The Sharks at least have a little bit of momentum going into the break, which is great for them. Lara Pitt is so much bigger than Cody Nikorima. It is ridiculous. My God, she is just monstering over him. Anyway, yes, 30 points to 10. Unbelievable scoreline here going into the break. Wasted World of Sports, Discord channel, voice channels down the bottom. There's a waiting room. You can click on into there if you would like to chat live on the show during the halftime break. Absolutely fine, of course, if you don't want to. I do enough talking for all of us. I'm going to have a quick break. Pop in there if you would like to. Otherwise, I'll catch you on the other side of this. And we can wrap up what we just witnessed here in the first half here between the Sharks and the Dolphins. Wasted World of Sports, stick around for the second half. And, of course, we've got coming up after this, Storm versus the Rabbitohs. We've still got a lot of NRL action coming up right here on the Wasted World of Sports. Peace, Mr. Ed's dead. All right. Wasted world of sports. What are we witnessing here? Now, I said in the lead up, I've been saying it all streams in the lead up to this game. As a Sharks supporter, I'm very, very nervous about this game. Couple of reasons. The Suncorp factor. I've been following this team for a long time. They're always terrible for whatever reason when they come to Suncorp, but I could not have been prepared for just how terrible they would be so far tonight. They kind of got their act together towards the back end of that first half, but it's all a little bit too late, isn't it? Too little, too late kind of scenario. So they've still got a lot of work to do. I'm not saying it's impossible. I mean, I think it is, personally, because I've been following this team long enough. But in the context of footy, it's not impossible. They bagged a couple of tries to get the momentum leading into the break. If they can pop the first one or two after half time, it's game on. I just have no faith in the Sharks based on historic factual data that they can get the job done at Suncorp Stadium. They just, for whatever reason, never do. So it's not a gigantic surprise at the moment, the way this is going, but it would still be nice to see a game made out of it, wouldn't it? You want to see a game. No matter what happens, win, lose, draw, it's nice to see some sort of good contest. Second half coming up. We've got 40 minutes basically for Jermaine Asako to score a try and win some cash. So that'll be good. We'll be looking for Jermaine Asako, anytime try scorer. 40 minutes to get it done. And the way that the Dolphins have been going in the first half, I wouldn't necessarily write it off. It's certainly plausible. We are well and truly on here for the same game multi coming into the second half. 30 points to 10. 30 points to 12. It's only 2 points, but 30-12 would have mentally looked a lot better. Needless to say. The missed conversion from out wide. Nico Hines, certainly not his fault. The defense, the Sharks, though. I mean, you can forgive the one-on-one. Matt Moylan, one-on-one with Tawera. It's a no contest. Tawera's always going to win that battle. Hands down. 99.9% of the time, Tawera's going to win one-on-one against Moylan. Talakai overrunning the defensive line there, leaving Moylan in that one-on-one situation. I understand he had to make a decision. He had to make a decision to run out and cover the outside or stand firm and help out on that inside channel. He made the decision to run outside, and it left Moylan one-on-one with a much, much bigger unit, and he had no chance of bringing him down that close to the line. So we'll see. Don't forget, Wasted World of Sports coming up after this one. A blockbuster clash between the Melbourne Storm and the South Sydney Rabbitohs. It's going to be a tester for the Rabbitohs. They've got an opportunity to really stamp their premiership credentials. I'm not sold on the Rabbitohs. But a big game against the Storm is an opportunity and a half for them to show some authority. Mickey official, do you think the Sharks will come back honestly? No. But in the context of footy, you can't rule it out. So that's what I've been saying. I've been supporting the Sharks long enough to know that they were a serious threat of losing this game. Didn't think that they would lose the game by this much, but they were definitely a chance to lose it because I've been following them for long enough to know that they are terrible at Suncorp Stadium. Whether they're playing the Broncos or playing anybody, they're terrible at Suncorp Stadium. For whatever reason, they don't travel here well at all. So they were always a chance of losing. The 20-point differential is a big-time surprise. I don't see a way back. They could probably make it respectable in the second half, but I don't see a way back to win because they just don't play well at Suncorp. That is a long, long way back at a hoodoo ground. But the second half is underway. Vailea with the kickoff. Let's see what they can dish up. It would be historic for the Sharks if they could find a way back into this one. For me, we've got 40 minutes for Jamayne Isaako to score a try. I don't care what happens. Ultimately, if Jamayne Isaako scores a try, it's such a long season. Who cares if your team wins or loses 1 week? Give me Jamayne Isaako, anytime try scorer right now, to finalise that multi. My first one of the year, fifth and last Dolphins up to halfway. Katoa puts it high. Kennedy runs forward, takes it on the fall, and goes into contact. Sharks ball. They survived that first threat. Talakai taken and controlled easily. Now, expansive play. Ramian tries to get on the outside. Oh, the Milf is on. Milford's on. Why is Milford on the field? Here's a chance for the Sharkies. Milford's on. I'm not going to lie. Milford could be a little bit of an equaliser. Here, Hines puts the ball high. The kick chase non-existent. Oh, but he still made a complete mess of it, Tessie knew. The kick chase was absolutely non-existent from the Sharks. And Tessie New has still completely buggered it up. Straight through the hands. Down it goes. And the Sharks, 30-16, is looking a lot better 2 minutes into the second half than where they were. Are they giving us some false hope? They've got a scrum, 10 out from the line. They go to the left now. Hines takes it to the line. Talakai to Mulatalo. Mulatalo slips on the turf and falls over a couple of metres shy of the line. Talakai now tries to go over on his own. Big open side to the right, and that's obviously where they go. Vailea cutting across to Moylan. Out the back to Kennedy. They've got some space here. Ramian's held on tackle 3. 10 out. Nakora to Williams. Williams will just rumble it up and settle things in midfield here on tackle 4. Still 10 out the Sharks. Vailea from dummy half. Inside ball to Hines. Hines slips. And this will be Dolphins ball. And this is the Sharks at Suncorp. This is Sharks at Suncorp summed up in one play. Hines, their superstar, $1 million player, slipping over on the turf, dropping the ball. 5 out from the line, and the Dolphins dive on the loose carry. And that just pretty much sums up the Sharks at Suncorp. They give you a little bit of hope and then they just snap it away from you like that. UFC only fans, most teams this year have won off the bye, so it would be foolish to not take the Storm. Absolutely, and plus, as I've been saying, I'm not sold on the Rabbitohs, but it's a great opportunity for the Rabbits. Before Rabbitohs fans jump down my throat, this is an opportunity for them to really stamp their premiership credentials. Oh, but, we beat the Premiers. We came back and beat the Premiers in the last 5 minutes the other week. Yeah, well, the Premiers went to sleep, didn't they? And you've beaten the Premiers in the round robins before just to get bundled out in the finals. So I wouldn't worry too much about that. As now Moylan drops the ball and the Butterfingers continue for the Sharks to start the second half. The Suncorp factor coming back into play here for Cronulla. There's just a hush around the stadium here. Nobody really knows. I suspect nobody really knows how to react to this scenario. The Sharks missed their opportunity. It was a golden opportunity. A scrum 10 metres out. 2 minutes into the second half. 30 points to 16. What a momentum shift it would have been. But they just can't, for whatever reason, play at Suncorp. And now both teams are just completely sucking the air out of the stadium. Both teams are sucking so much, there's things that they could teach porn stars. This is just school-level stuff from both teams in the first 6 minutes of the second half. An absolute horror show. Sharks with a scrum. 40 metres out midfield. Ramian taking it up on tackle 1. 30 out they are. The Sharks, Nakora to Hazelton. Fitzy number 2, we'll call him. 20 out from the line now. Finucane juggles the ball. Williams juggles the ball. Must be a little bit moist out there. The teams have got the dropsies big time. Hines at the back. Kennedy taps it on. Katoa with a great pickup at the ankles. But the scrambling defense of the Dolphins takes him down on tackle 4. Still 10 out from the line, the Sharks. Finucane puts the head down. Charges forward. 5th and last. Options left and right. They go to the right. Hines is there. He will put the crossfire. It's a terrible kick. What a shocker of a kick. Ramian comes down with it, and it's knocked on by the Dolphins. I would have thought. They get away with it, though, the Dolphins, and it's their ball. 0 tackle. Just what a jolly shit show from the Sharks that was. That was horrible. There is just nothing positive I can say about that end of set for the Sharks. Dolphins now up towards halfway. Trying to get themselves out of trouble. They survive another mistake. 2 soft errors in their own half have gone unpunished. 5th and last, Dolphins just inside Sharks territory. Milford with the high ball into the corner. It's a great kick chase. Pressure on Kennedy. But he takes it right in the face of his opposite, the Hammer. The Sharks facing a solidly set line in defense of the Dolphins. Talakai. Oh, what a terrible pass from Talakai. Jeez. It passes it straight into the ground. It pops up kindly for Mulatalo. Talakai, forget about passing, mate. Just do that. Just run forward. And that was much better from Talakai. Now Wilton, fifth and last Sharks. They're only out to their own 40-metre line. Hines runs it outside the 40, puts it high. It's going to be taken on the fall, this time comfortably by Tessie New. No mistakes here. And he fires it across to the hammer. With no real advantage there. 10 minutes gone in this second half. And it is the Dolphins. Now Kafusi bringing it up. Wade Graham looks way too happy, considering the scoreline. Probably happy just to be getting on the field, I suppose. Oh, we've got a knock on against the Dolphins. They're going to challenge this. The Dolphins are challenging the call of a knock on. If it's unsuccessful, it will be another knock on inside their own half. And the Sharks really need to make them pay. If they want to make any sort of game out of this, they do need to make them pay. It's a big hit from the quarter, and it's knocked backwards by the Dolphins. I would say this is knocked back. Unless it touches Nakora, which it doesn't. It's knocked backwards. So this will be play on. A successful challenge from the Dolphins. Successful challenge to the Dolphins, and they will retain possession. Well, nothing's really happening at the moment, to be fair, UFC. It's not a whole lot to talk about. The game's just in a little bit of a holding pattern. There's a Mexican wave going around the ground. That's how bored they are. Cowboys B-man, ahoy there. Fifth and last Dolphins. Katoa puts it high. Kennedy moves forward, takes it on the fall. Looks up, but he's got nowhere to go. The defense is there. Taking him down very, very easily. A knock on. Oh, my God. Wow. The Sharks and Suncorp. I don't know what, I really can't explain to you what it is. I honestly just can't explain what it is about Suncorp Stadium. The Sharks just cannot play here. They just can't play here. A knock on now. There is just something about this stadium where Sharks teams of all eras, it doesn't matter if it's Nico Hines, David Peachy, Andrew Eddinghausen, Sharks teams of all eras just suck at Suncorp/Lang Park. I've seen all different eras of Sharks teams, and they are all just horrible here at Suncorp Stadium. And I just don't understand it. Milford gets through the gap, and this will be a try for Tawera. Tawera gets a double. And the Dolphins are just twisting the knife now. I should have gone with my gut and actually tempt them. The Sharks got absolutely flogged last year at Suncorp against the Raiders. 30 points to 10. They've managed the 10 again this year, but they're getting slaughtered, even worse, defensively. A double on debut for Tohu. 34 points to 10, kick to come. Rick Marsh, how are you, mate? Very nice of you to pop in and say ahoy in the chat. All I ask from people joining the game on Discord is that you pop in and like and follow the streams as well. The conversion from the sideline, successful. It's been perfect. It has been perfect goal kicking. Jermaine Asako, 6 from 6. 36 points to 10. The nightmare of Suncorp continues for the Sharks. But yes, as I was saying, for the people on Discord enjoying the actual gameplay footage, all I ask is that you like and support the stream on YouTube as well. Short kickoff time, is it? Wow, the Sharks have gone short kickoff. It's failed, and this is quality field position again now for the Dolphins. They can put themselves even further ahead. $36 points to 10. As I've said before, I was nervous about this game, but I've got to be honest, the differential is surprising me. I didn't think it would be a slaughtering. I thought the Dolphins would and could potentially win. Oh, it's a knock on by Tohu. I thought the Dolphins could and would potentially win. I didn't think that they would just bloody annihilate, though. That is surprising. Oh, and the Sharks have made a mistake on tackle too. What a surprise. Well, they may as well challenge it because they've got nothing to lose at this point. But Jesus Christ, dropping the ball on tackle too sums it up, really. I mean, as I've said, they always play badly at Suncorp. Well, he's tried to offload that. Okay, he's knocked it backwards. But yeah, the Sharks suck blind at Suncorp, but even I wasn't prepared for it to be this bad. This is just terrible. What we are witnessing is worse than reserve. This is worse than reserve grade stuff. I reckon, in all honesty, I reckon that every time they come to Suncorp, they may as well just send the New South Wales Cup team out for a little bit of a run. Just send them out for a little bit of a run. It couldn't do any worse. Come on, Jermaine Asako. We've got 25 minutes for Jermaine Asako to score and give me something. anything out of this game. As the Sharks go to the right-hand edge, Moylan out the back to Kennedy. Kennedy cuts back in field, goes on his own, and is taken down on tackle 4. They're 10 out from the line again, but they really haven't looked threatening at all, the Sharks. Graham out the back to Hines. Talakai trying to break away one-on-one. 6 again for inside the 10 metres. They've got a full set of 6 now, 10 metres out. Let's see how they bollocks this up. Williams settles things down just to the left of the post. 10 out. Brayley to Hines. Moylan, short ball to the quarter. In the quarter, a couple of metres out. Brayley, slow to get to the play of the ball. Kennedy, around the back. And then the knock-on from Wilton. There it is. I was wondering when they'd balls it up. And there it is. Teague Wilton knocks the ball on from the short ball. Suncorp. The Suncorp factor. They just forget how to play. They forget the basics. The basics of footy. Just a simple drop ball again on tackle 3. 2 metres out from the line. Nonsense. What is it about this stadium as the Dolphins get the scrum 10 out from their own line? It's a long way upfield, but they've got a 26-point lead. They don't have to do anything. 50% completion rate in the second half. Just terrible. Sharks, that is. 50% completion rate. Unacceptable. Katoa up towards halfway on tackle 4. Dolphins. They don't have to do anything really here. Milford kicking on 4. In behind the line. No one's back for the Sharks. Katoa running back. Gathers the ball, but is now going to start the set 2 metres out from their own line. Tackle 2. 5 metres out. The Sharks are getting scored by Anthony Milford. That sums it up. Brayley from dummy half spots some space. That's a good run. But 4th tackle now. 20 out from their own line. They're going nowhere. The Sharks. McInnes. 5th and last. Only up to the 30-metre line. Hines puts the ball long. Finds the turf. No pressure on the kick chase. New and Hammer deciding who's going to pick it up. And Tessie New picks it up. There's just a silence around the ground. For those of you who have access to the game, there is just a silence around the stadium. It's like the crowd doesn't know what to do. Like, okay, we were here for... They're obviously all here for the Storm Rabbitohs game. A majority of the crowd would have had tickets for that game today, I dare say. But there's just a silence around the ground. They don't know what to think. They don't know what to make of this. 5th and last on halfway, putting the ball high into the sky. They're going to let this bounce. Everyone's let it bounce. Kennedy running forward, slides and takes it. The Sharks, they're just not making any meters. Moylan stepping back in field, trying to find some space. Takes it up over halfway on tackle 3. They had their opportunity, the Sharks. They really did. It was 30 points to 10 at the break. There was the knock-on. They had the scrum 2 minutes into the second half. They had the scrum 10 out. They dropped the ball on tackle 2. That was their opportunity. Talakai gets on the outside. Now he's still going. Talakai, 5 out from the line. And he's brought down on tackle 5. Moylan now, crossfield kick. Ramian gets it and loses it forward. Jesse Ramian with the knock on. It'll be Dolphins ball, 5 out from their own line. And we've got 20 minutes to go in this one now. 20 minutes for Jermaine Asako to score a try. Well, Ramian's caught it, and there he's lost it forward into his face. And there is a very forlorn-looking Fitzy. Now, look, Fitzy, I think Fitzy is a very, very smart individual. He has come over here from the Roosters setup. He's obviously a very, very smart individual. He would have known the Suncorp factor coming into this. He would have known what he was getting into. And there is a very, very forlorn-looking figure in the coaching box as the offloads from the Dolphins again, and they've got them blitzed on the outside. Nearly getting the offload again, Nikorima. The offloads really, ultimately, is what's destroyed the Sharks here tonight. The Dolphins have just managed to, and another offload. The offloads and the post-contact meters, they have just decimated the Sharks here. And Milford will lose the ball. It's called backwards. Okay. Well, fair enough. Inconsequential, really, in the context of the game. Fifth and last it is. And Katoa will plug it upfield. And Katoa falls and catches at the same time. And we'll bring it back for the Sharks. With 18 and a half minutes to go, they've had their opportunities, the Sharks. They've played terribly, but they've still had their opportunities. So I don't think it's all gloom and doom. It's been a terrible performance, but they've still had their opportunities. They just haven't iced them. And I put that down to the Suncorp fact. I mean, pretty much, if you get the Sharks at Suncorp, pretty much put it down as an almost as close as you can possibly get to guaranteeing anything. Put it down to a guaranteed loss. Basically, no matter who they're playing. See, ahoy, mate. How are you doing? Oh, Brayley loses it, and Dolphins knock it on now. That'll be 6 again for the Sharks. Talakai running over Marshall King. And that's a 0 tackle for the Sharks. Oregon Kafusi now. 5 out from the line on tackle 1. To the left they go. Moylan to Talakai. Talakai draws in 2. Draws in 3. And he finishes up. Tackle 2. 5 out from the line. Across the face of the post. Moylan. Hines now out to Ramian. That's where the play will die, because it always does, because he doesn't know how to pass. McInnes takes it on tackle 4. Quick play the ball. Brayley to Hines. Cuts back in field. Gets it to Graham. Back to Hines. Now Kennedy. Grubbers in for himself. The hammer gets it, and that will be a dropout and a result for the Sharks. Some fabulous movie yarns. I'd actually be pretty keen to do some... I'd actually be really keen to do some movie clips in between games. We should totally do some movie clips in between games. Since nobody calls in to the in-between game call-in chats on Discord, we may as well do some reaction videos to some clips. Royce Hunt now taking it forward for the Sharks. Graham, short ball to Wilton. He actually holds on to it this time. No, he doesn't. He drops it again, Teague Wilton. I thought he actually held on to the ball for once, but Teague Wilton has dropped it in contact again. The Sharks' completion rate, 57%. 64 minutes of play gone, and the Sharks are completing at 57%. That is not going to win you footy games. You're more than welcome to call in again, Dan Jam. You are more than welcome to. It's going to be... I totally understand. It's going to take some time to catch on. I totally understand that, because I kind of said it out of the blue. I just randomly said last night, this is what we're going to start doing. I've never done it before. So it was totally unexpected, out of the blue. Let's do this. So I understand it's going to take some time for it to catch on, and that's why I keep talking about it so much. Oh, Kennedy's just had his head taken off. I can't believe that's not even looked at. It's not even a question of a penalty. Inconsistency reigns in the NRL. Now Katoa breaks straight through the line. Only one to beat. He steps inside the hammer, but the hammer holds on. There was no support for him at all. They've got a big line up to the left. Ramian takes it to the line. Short ball to Graham, and Graham is tackled. 2 out from the line. Ramian stays left, pops it out to Moylan, to Wilton. Wilton dummies, goes on his own, and he drops the ball again, Teague Wilton. Surely he has not dropped the ball again. Oh, he scored! Oh! Wow! Okay, Teague Wilton scores a try. I thought he dropped the ball again, the great big galoot. But anyways, as I was saying, what I really want is to turn this into like a callback radio type scenario in future. So I kind of threw it all on you unexpectedly. Last night was the first time. And thank you, Dan Jam. Very much appreciate you having the courage to jump on and have your voice heard on the live stream. And I understand I'm promoting it. I understand the constant promotion probably sounds like desperation, but I'm just letting everybody know. Because it's so unexpected and it's so new, I need to continually reinforce it until it catches on. And when it catches on, it just becomes the norm. As Hines moves in, strikes it right down the middle, it goes. 36 points to 16. 12 and a half minutes to go for the Sharks. They just need to make this respectable. We've got 12 and a half minutes for Jermaine Asako to score a try. Twelve and a half minutes. Jermaine Asako, get yourself over the line, son. Mickey Official says, what do you think about the Rabbitohs match, honestly? Well, I honestly think the Storm will win quite comfortably. I'm anticipating Storm win quite comfortably. The Rabbitohs have, honestly, I know that Rabbitohs supporters are going to jump down my throat big time when I say this, but the Rabbitohs have honestly done nothing to convince me of their premiership credentials so far this year. And the reason I know that Rabbitohs supporters are going to jump down my throat is because of them beating Penrith the other week. But Penrith had them on the ropes, defeated. Penrith then proceeded to fall asleep. When you talk about teams losing a game as opposed to an opposition winning it. Prime example there the other week. The Panthers had that in the bag, dominated the Rabbitohs for 70 minutes of the contest, and then they went to sleep because they thought they had it in the bag. And then the Rabbitohs took advantage of a defensive shift, and the Panthers ultimately paid the price for it. If they had that defensive setup from minute one, the Rabbitohs probably would have won about 70 points to nil. So I'm not sold on the Rabbitohs. I think the Storm will win this. Storm, any team coached by Craig Bellamy is going to be playing with some serious structure in behind it. They're coming off the bye, as UFC Only Fans has said. They're fresh off the bye. I think the Storm win quite comfortably. Rabbitohs, though, this is a great opportunity for them to really, really stick it to me. They can stick it to me, and they can stamp their premiership credentials with a big, big performance tonight. So that's my 2 cents. Ten and a half minutes to go in this one. Hines to Katoa. Game ML says, Dan, read my last comment if it came up. Oh, what? The one that said you're back? Welcome back. Is there one further up than that? Mickey Official says the Rabbitohs are minus 1.5 point favourite. Yeah, they probably are. Oh, Game ML says, no, I sent another one. May not have come through. Sent one after that. Nope. Oh, no. Hang on. I got excited for a second. No, we've got Game ML. I'm back. And then the next Game ML is Dan, read my last comment. I wonder what it was. How many people went for the Dolphins in the Wasted Water Sports NRL tipping contest? I should have, because I called this result from the start of the season. I called this from round 1. Should have had the courage to back myself. Oh, now Katoa's in space. Puts the kick in field. It's a shocker. It's out on the full. That just sums it up, really. Oh, quite a few people went for the Dolphins. Game ML says, you know how you reacted last night? I noticed you didn't do the longest one. I have a 20-second vid of my fastest. Okay. Yeah, I didn't do the longest one. I purposely didn't do the longest one. I actually purposely went for the shortest one. So you've got a 20-second video of your fastest. I would like to check that out, Game ML. We can check that out in the break between games, for sure. More than happy to do that. Hang on. You're saying the final stack, which is I'm so confused. I'm so confused. You know how you reacted last night? I noticed you didn't do the longest one. Okay, so you're talking about the longest stack, not the longest video. Okay, I'm with you. I'm with you. The longest stack, not the longest video. It's 20-second video. Oh, Kennedy floats a forward pass out to Talakai. And the Sharks just can't win a trick. Okay. All right. Gamer Mel says, so you reacted to 3-3-3 and 3-6-3, not cycle. Okay. I'll take your word for that. I will take your word for that and believe you, because you would obviously know a lot more about what you're talking about than me. All right, I'll have a quick break and we'll be back. We've got less than 5 minutes to go in this one. Who really cares at the moment? Game's over, so I'll have a quick break. I'll be right back. Oh, yeah, Melbourne Storm, South Sydney Rabbitohs coming up next. Strap yourselves in for that one. Oh, boy, I hope that the Storm... I really hope the Storm just come out and absolutely smash these bastards. Words cannot express how much I hate the Rabbitohs this season. Last year, it was the Cowboys and Parramatta. I don't think there was any question about that. This year, 100%. I don't even hate the Raiders this year. This year, I'm all about South Sydney hatred. Yeah, probably not gonna bother with a multi on the next game, to be honest. It's too hard to pick. It is really too hard to pick. Like, honestly, 2.5 minutes to go. Jermaine Asako can't score a try. Come on. "50 minutes Jermaine Asako had. God damn. Mickey Official says might do -5.5 for Melbourne. I think that's a pretty good bet. I think Melbourne are going to win quite comfortably. In all honesty, I see Melbourne taking this quite easily. I know that South Sydney fans won't be happy with me saying so, but... Oh, the Rabbitohs... What? The Rabbitohs game doesn't kick off until 7:45. Jeez, there's even more time here. I really had no idea there was so much time in between games. Oh, well. Quiz. Oh, we've got a quiz. Wasted World of Sports trivia. Wasted World of Sports trivia. What percentage of games are played at a home ground stadium for the Broncos this season? $95, exactly. Winner. I think that would have to be pretty close. Okay, let's check out. Let's check out. $7.19. No, actually, let's have a break because I need a break. I've been going strong since 3 o'clock this afternoon. So let's actually have a legitimate break in between games. Stick with us here. Wasted World of Sports. Coming up next, Storm Rabbitohs in the headlining clash of tonight's games. Storm Rabbitohs coming up. I'll see if I can sneak a multi on before the game starts. But at the moment, I don't have anything. Excuse me. At the moment, I don't have anything happening on that game, but we'll see. I might sneak one on. All right, so 7:45, that game kicks off. So let's come back in. Jeez, I need a good 20 minutes, actually, to reset my voice. In all honesty, I probably need about 20 minutes to reset and reload the voice. Wasted World of Sports. Stick around. Coming up, Storm Rabbitohs. After this, see you in about 20 minutes. Right here. I won't end the stream. I'll keep this one going. Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Welcome back. As Magic Round continues. Here on this Super Saturday NRL action, the headlining main event of the evening. The Melbourne Storm versus South Sydney Rabbitohs. Now, this is a true 50-50 game. If there's ever a 50-50 game, this, in my opinion, is it. Storm Rabbitohs. Who is going to take the victory? It's very hard to split the two teams at the moment, but I just have a feeling coming off the bye, the Melbourne Storm, I'm not sold on the Rabbitohs just yet. And I think coming off the bye, the Melbourne Storm might be just a little bit too strong. That being said, I still have it been a closely contested battle. I've still got a very split multi. As you'll see, I've got Xavier, four legs, anytime try scorer. Xavier Coates, Nick Meaney, Campbell Graham, and Farmer Latrell. Anytime try scorers in this one. Mr. Ed's dead says, go Rabbit, go. Mr. Ed's dead. Okay. This is impressive because I'm not even sure if Mr. Ed's Dead followed rugby league before the Wasted World of Sports. Mr. Ed's Dead has followed over here from Intoxigamer, a long-time Intoxigamer subscriber, has followed me over here to the Wasted World of Sports, and I feel like somehow we've turned him not only into a supporter of the NRL, but he's now even got a team to support. I mean, if that is actually what's happened, that is fabulous. Either that or he's just randomly gone, go Rabbit, go. I'll tell you what was a fantastic book from my childhood. Go Dog Go. Go Dog Go. Nothing to do with rabbits. Farsi says, should have put Big Nelson in your multi. What if I just put him in a single bet, anytime try scorer? What's he paying? Let's have a look. Legitimately. Oh, bloody Watership down. Oh, bringing the mood of the stream down. How depressing. All right, quickly. Let's go. All markets, anytime try scorer. Big Nelson. Anytime try scorer, Big Nelson. $6.50. Nah, not worth it. Not worth it, in all honesty. Sidekicks, Jermaine Asako. I'll tell you, sidekicks, because I appreciate you're new here tonight. Let me tell you, this is how close I've been to some 4-leg, same game, anytime try scorer multis this year. The very first round, Parramatta Eels versus the Melbourne Storm. I was a Micah Sevo try away. Broncos. Can someone remind me who the Broncos were playing? Ezra Mam dropped the ball with the goal line wide open. Cost me $400 or $500. The son of a bitch. I've never forgiven Ezra Mam for that. I actually hate Ezra Mam and the Broncos. And I hope that they completely drop out of the 8. On the back of that single solitary moment. Ezra Mam's Butterfingers cost me a lot of money. And then tonight, the Dolphins, Jermaine Asako, had 50 minutes. There was 50 minutes left in the game, and all we needed was Jermaine Asako, and they couldn't get over the line. God damn it. Oh, Broncos Manly? No, it wasn't Broncos Manly, because that was last night. Anyway, 4 seconds to go until we get underway. This is the last match of Super Saturday. And the Rabbitohs kick us off. Melbourne with first use of the ball. Storm spreading it early. And there is Big Nelson, speak of the devil, hitting it up on tackle 1. This will be very interesting to see in the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. I feel like this could be split right down the middle. This is going to separate a few tippers, I think. And yeah, look at that. Souths. Storm, South, Storm. South's all the way down the board until me with the Storm. All right. It seems like it's overwhelming support for the Rabbitohs. I honestly don't understand it. I really don't understand it. The Rabbitohs have not been going that well that they would be such overwhelming favourites against a dynasty like the Melbourne Storm. And I think they're in for a little bit of a wake-up call tonight. Yes, Farsi, money back if you miss by 1. Absolutely. Sidekick said, had one for the Panthers. Isaac Tungo dropped the ball when nobody was there. Cost you $600. It's painful, isn't it? But that's what we play for, isn't it? It's like small risk, high reward. When it comes to anytime try score, what's going on here? When it comes to the anytime try scorer market for same game multis, it's low risk, high reward, isn't it? So it's all good, in my opinion. Very bizarre, that is. Anyway, South with the high ball. Nick Meaney takes it under no pressure at the back there. And he breaks straight through. Jeez, Cody Walker, what was that? Is Cody Walker not at 100%? Because that is the lamest attempt at a tackle that I think I've ever seen on a kick chase before. Can someone look into that for me? Is Cody Walker coming into this game a little bit lame? That was such a lackadaisical, weak attempt at a tackle by Cody Walker there. And an early penalty here for the Storm. As GamerMel says, let's go Storm. They get the first penalty of the night for inside the 10. Sod off! Sorry, Mosquito. Don't like him. But they like him. Oh, they love me, the Mosquitoes. I wasn't just I don't have Tourette's. I wasn't just randomly. Whoops. Storm on the attack early. Big defense, though, from the Rabbitohs. Early opportunity. Storm inside the first 10. Hughes out the back to Munster. Short ball here to Loureiro. And then that is just a Sharks-like disaster out the back. And the Rabbitohs will come away with the ball on the back of this just disaster. What the hell was that? Trent Loureiro. I'll say it right eventually. Maybe. Pops the ball out the back over the sideline, and Souths will come away with it. But yeah, in all honesty, in complete and total honesty, as Souths win a penalty now, the Rabbitohs, they just have not won me over. I don't think they're travelling along as well as it would appear. That's all. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that they're going along as nicely as it may seem. In my personal opinion, and I'm allowed to have it. Much like the Broncos, Souths fans, they might not go along with it. They might not be happy about it, but I'm allowed to have it. Walker with the inside ball now to Cheekham. And it's tackle 3 now, Rabbitohs. Suddenly they find themselves on the attack. Cook from dummy half tries to go on his own. Cameron Munster's there with King to shut down that threat. A little bit of an origin preview there, Munster versus Cook. Now Walker out the back. Now they've created space for Alex Johnston. Cuts back inside, tries to reach out. Oh, centimetres short there on tackle 5. That was so close. And Latrell Mitchell with the kick through to Cody Walker. Oh, the whiny club combination links up and scores the first try for the Rabbitohs. There was absolutely nothing doing there for Souths. But the Melbourne defence racing up off the line and leaving themselves prone to that kick in behind. Nick Meaney, what were you thinking, mate? You're the fullback. Nick Meaney is the fullback. He needs to be staying back there and covering. Instead, he's racing up out of the line. And that is a dream start for South Sydney. And, well, honestly, if Cody Walker's onside there, then I'm the queen. But it's been given, and Cody Walker converts. I mean, you know what I mean. Latrell Mitchell converts. And it's 6 points to 0. Souths with the early advantage over the Melbourne Storm. Yeah, Cody Walker's about half a metre offside there. And Cameron Munster spotted it. Cameron Munster looks straight over at the referee there. Back underway, though. It is what it is. It's been given. It's 6 points to 0 to the NRL Golden Boys for this season. They do get the favour of the referees in 2023. And they get it again there to go 6-0 ahead. Early here against the Storm. Cameron Murray now. They're playing expansive. Souths playing with confidence on the back of that. Probably because they realise now they can get away with anything. If you get away with being that far offside from a kick chase, then you're probably going to get away with most stuff throughout the course of the evening. Fifth and last on the halfway line. Back to Ilias. Puts it high into the corner. And Coates is back there to take it on the full. Olam puts the head down. I can't get used to those. Oh, now South's crowning the play the ball area. And not even a 6 again. Not even a set restart. The ball was literally played back into the South defender. And the Storm can't even get a 6 again against the NRL's Golden Children. Jeez, I'll tell you what, if Souths don't win the premiership this year with all the favours they've been given from the referees, there's something seriously wrong with them. Russell Crowe's been cashing some checks in 2023. By God. And Souths will bring it out from their own line. It'd be interesting to see, actually, how much... As Souths now, they make a play down the short side, inside ball to Campbell. Graham finds some space, tries to step inside man. He keeps the ball alive out the back. Cook fires it across the face of the goal. Now, the kick in behind the defence by Cody, anger management Walker. And Warbrick will just carry this over the dead ball line. And that's a result for Souths. The flick pass from Latrell, out the back it falls from Campbell Graham. Everything falling South's way at the moment. And then Mr. Anger Management puts it into the in goal. And a successful chase. As the Storm, they go short with the dropout. It does go the 10, but it comes down for South, and Alex Johnston nearly scampers away. And once again, I don't understand it. I can only assume that teams are backing their defence. Kick at the 10, back our defence. But it makes no sense to me at all. The short dropouts, I just don't get it. You're putting yourself on the back foot immediately. And you're potentially giving away 2 gift points in front of the posts. Out to the left now, go Souths. Tass on the outside. But he's wrangled in by Remus Smith and a good tackle. They're lined up out to the right here. Murray just settles things down in front of the posts. 15 out. Cook, quick play the ball. Ilias takes it to the line. It's tapped on. And Latrell Mitchell tries to fire the pass out to the wing. And the Storm managed to knock it back at a very slow play the ball, but they come away with it. And now a penalty, a little bit too enthusiastic here, South Sydney. And that lets the Storm off the hook, temporarily at least. They need to get themselves out of this end of the field and try and get some forward momentum happening again. But South Sydney on top early in this one. Things are just falling their way, it must be said. Storm keep the ball alive. Now Meaney steps around, finds a little gap, gets the offload to Munster. Munster stands, goes into contact, takes the tackle. Tackle 2, Storm, 35 out. From the line, they go to the right. Hughes, Meaney's in the line. Remus Smith steps back in field, breaks away from 1, breaks away from 2. He's still going, Smith. Tackle 3, 15 out now. Storm, much better stuff from them. Munster, Liero holds on to it this time. No threat of a pass after that disaster in the first set. Now, Harry Grant runs out of dummy half, links up with Jerome Hughes. Sends Welsh back, running across to the left-hand edge of the field. 5th and last. Oh, 6 again, inside the 10 metres. A full set of 6 now for the Storm. 2 metres out from the line. And surely they will take advantage of this. Munster to Hughes. Now Meaney. Taking it to the line, cut out pass to Warbrick, steps inside Johnston with ease. But the sliding defence coming across the centre and another forward wrap him up on tackle 3. They're surviving. They're repelling the attack here for the moment, the South Sydney Rabbitohs. Tackle 4 in front of the sticks. Grant goes right. Hughes passes it out there back to nobody. Terrible pass, Jerome. And that's a nothing play, and Warbrick just has to settle it on the 5th and last. Now back to Hughes in front of the post. Crossfield kick. It's a little bit too deep. But the Xavier Coates is up above everybody, and this is a try for Justin Olam. Justin Olam has scored for Melbourne. I don't think anybody's got that down. It's going up as no try, but I don't think there were any South Sydney players that grounded that before Justin Olam did. We're looking for a knock-on here, I believe. They're onside. They're all onside here on the kick chase. Xavier Coates is up and knocks it back here. Up there, Gazali. AFL style. Xavier Coates knocks the ball backwards. Campbell Graham is watching it. Does Campbell Graham get downward pressure on it? Justin Olam's diving at it. Nobody's grounded it at this stage. This is a live ball so far. Knocked back by Coates. Graham knocks it backwards himself. In the in goal. It's not grounded. We've got a live ball. Who cares if it touches his hands? Play on to this point. Stop drawing this out. Play on to this point. Who grounds it? That's the important thing. What are we even looking at this stuff for? Oh, it might have just been grounded there by Tuss. Millimeters in it, but Tuss may have just saved the day for the Rabbitohs, and it will be a knock-on in goal and a goal line dropout. Now, Latrell Mitchell, short-ish dropout, right down the middle, and it falls easily for Nick Meaney. Tackle 1 on the 30-metre line. Can someone honestly explain to me how the short dropouts have filtered into rugby league? It makes absolutely no sense at all to me. I just can't process it in my strategic mind. I've got a very strategically based mind when it comes to the footy, and I just cannot for the life of me understand how the short dropout has become a thing. Makes no sense to me at all. And another penalty here. Souths are up inside the 10 again. I mean, chat room, honestly, help me out here. The short dropouts. It is such high risk for such low reward when it comes to rugby league. In rugby union, it makes perfect sense. In rugby league, I just can't fathom it. Apart from that South Sydney try, it's really been all Melbourne here. They've been dominating territory, dominating possession. Can they get themselves on the scoreboard? Hughes takes it to the line. Munster sends Big Nelson on the inside. Just a couple of metres short. On tackle 4. Grant from dummy half. Hughes finds some space, puts the grubber into the end goal. And once again, Isaiah Tuss. He's there again to save the day for South Sydney. And Cody Walker's firing up about something. And that's got to be good news for Souths. Because if Cody Walker, Mr. Anger Management, get him off his game, get him complaining to the referee, get him firing up, that's what you need to do as the opposition. A fired up Cody Walker is exactly what the Melbourne Storm want right now. Get him off his game. Another short dropout from Latrell Mitchell. Perfectly placed, tapped backwards by Melbourne into the waiting arms of Hame Sele. And I've been questioning the short dropouts, but when they work, they look fantastic. And there's a scenario where it's paid dividends for Souths. That has paid big dividends for South Sydney as Jai Arrow is on the field. So anybody unconscious, be careful. Because Jai Arrow's on the field. Quick play the ball. Damien Cook on the front foot. Finds Cody Walker. Fifth and last. Milky McGee is trying to milk a penalty. Of course he is. Ilias puts it high. Oh, Meaney drops it backwards. But Munster. Oh, and then Munster's taken around the head and then kicked in the face by Latrell Mitchell. Oh, I can't believe it. Latrell Mitchell has just tried to rip Cameron Munster's head off and then he's kicked him in the face on the way back to the defensive line and he completely gets away with it. It's not even looked at. South Sydney are playing by a different set of rules in season 2023. I'm sorry. I mean, I realise that Souths fans are not going to like that. They're not going to like it. But the reality is Souths are playing by a different set of goddamn rules this year. And that is just disgraceful. What we just saw from Latrell Mitchell is utterly disgraceful. I don't care if it's against Cameron Munster and Cameron Munster's a prick himself. You can't do that. That should have been a penalty. That should have been a sin binning. And it's not even looked at because it's Latrell. Absolutely disgraceful. Souths are playing by their own rules this year. And I, for one, Cannot believe it. I can't believe it. And now a penalty to Souths for that. This is absolutely incredible. South Sydney are playing by their own rules this year. Geez, do you think that the NRL's trying to get Souths a premiership? Bloody hell. This is just unacceptable. I call it how it is here at the Wasted World of Sports. I call it how it is. South Sydney this year are on a rule set of their own. People joke about, penalty Storm, penalty Broncos. Yep, we've heard it all. And they've both aforementioned teams have had their time to shine, where they've had the rub of the green. Season 2023, you cannot convince me that it's not the Rabbitohs' year. The NRL have picked their favourites. And now Jacob Host, the short ball from Mr. Anger Management, puts Jacob Host over. And I honestly cannot even process what we just saw. Latrell Mitchell literally tried to rip Cameron Munster's head off his neck. And then he kicked him in the face on his way back to the defensive line up the other end. It wasn't even looked at. Another set of 6 upfield off the back of a penalty to Souths for nothing. And they score a try. Joke all you want about penalty Melbourne, penalty Brisbane. South Sydney are the chosen ones in season 2023. And nothing will convince me otherwise, based on what I've seen so far. Absolutely disgraceful that Latrell is still on the field. It wasn't even looked at. It wasn't even looked at. I mean, it was a great try by Souths up the other end of the field, but they shouldn't have even been there. And this man now attempting the conversion should not even still be on the field. I am far from a Melbourne Storm fan, but this is disgraceful. Utterly disgraceful. And Latrell Mitchell should be ashamed of himself. And that might also have been just ever so slightly forward too, by the way. In all seriousness, that might have been half a metre forward by Cody Walker. That was a bad camera angle, though, to be fair. Bad camera angle to judge a forward pass from. 12 points to nil, though. South Sydney with the early lead. And Melbourne get us back underway. They've got all the calls. They've got all the momentum. Everything going their way early in this contest. And now Checkham trying to Milky McGee a penalty. Can't get it. They've taken over the Cowboys from last year. Remember the Cowboys last year were the Milking Kings. Souths have taken on that mantle in season 2023. The kick from Ilias straight down the throat of Xavier Coates. And Melbourne now trying to get themselves back up the other end of the field. Oh, that's a great run there from Katoa. Up over halfway on tackle 4. Welsh out the back to Munster. To Luero. Liero. Fifth and last, Melbourne. Liero's doing a lot better when he doesn't try and pass the ball. Short side play, Munster puts it high. Hughes leading the kick chase. Oh, Mitchell knocks it on. 6 again as Hughes gets the ball. Here's an opportunity again now for Melbourne. 0 tackle. Oh, and they've knocked the ball on tackle 1. Unbelievable. 0 tackle. And they lose the ball. Unbelievable. Melbourne have caught the Cronulla Sharks disease, I think. Oh, Munster's been totally cleaned up by Cameron Murray. Latrell Mitchell and now Cameron Murray. You tell me, oh, well, he's shoulder in the face. Cameron Murray has now direct contact, shoulder to the face of Cameron Munster, and it's not even looked at. It's not even looked at. Latrell Mitchell, first of all, tries to rip his head off and then kicks him in the face. And now Cameron Murray, direct shoulder contact to the face, and it's not even looked at. I actually think that, judging by that, Latrell Mitchell and now Cameron Murray, both attacking the head of Cameron Munster, I get the feeling like New South Wales players are trying to take Cameron Munster out before Origin. I hate to be a conspiracy theory guy, but I love a good conspiracy theory. I do love a good conspiracy theory. I get the feeling like New South Wales are trying to take Cameron Munster out well and truly before Origin. Latrell Mitchell has kicked him in the face. Cameron Murray, direct shoulder contact to the head. Neither one of them looked at. South Sydney are playing by their own rules this year. It's quite terrible to watch, in all honesty. The irony of it is it used to be the Melbourne Storm that got a... Sorry, Gamer Mel, but it did honestly used to be the Melbourne Storm that got this sort of special treatment. But 2023, it seems like Souths are getting that treatment. The Rabbitohs getting away with absolute attempted murder here tonight as Meany tries to go through the line. 5th and last. They're 20 out from the line again. To Munster it goes. Who's going to try and take his face off this time? It's a great kick from Munster, and then it's knocked on. And it's just not happening for Melbourne here tonight. Oh, Craig Bellamy is ripping his hair out. South's 12 points to 0. Having everything go their way. Up towards halfway now. They're on the halfway line on tackle 2. Now they've got a huge line up to the left here. Latrell, flick pass back into Alex Johnston. Great tackle by Hughes. Brings AJ down on the 30-metre line. And Souths now just reset and reload in midfield. Tackle 4. Here they go. Cody Walker, Mr. Anger Management, kicks in behind. Oh, it was going to pop up for Tane Milne, but it goes into touch. Chaka Hearts says, did you get my Discord around the grounds report? I did not, because I don't check Discord while I'm streaming. And I can't see it anywhere in there. So no, I did not. My apologies, Shack of Hearts. Storm have the ball. They will need to have last say here going into halftime. 12 points to 0. It is in favour of the Rabbitohs. Out to the left. Go. Now, double pump by Nick Meaney. Sends Xavier Coates into a little bit of space. Cuts back in field. And he's brought down just over the halfway line on tackle 4. Front football, though, for Melbourne. Fifth and last. It goes to Hughes. He puts it high. How's the kick chase? Warbrick is called off. Remus Smith is there, so no pressure on the receipt by Alex Johnston in the end. Should we, Oh, and a penalty. Oh, goddamn. Penalty Souths, of course. Of course it is. Of course. Why not? Oh, boy. Boy. I mean, okay, I've obviously made it no secret that this season, South Sydney are my most hated team in the competition. So maybe calling myself a neutral in this contest is a little it might be a bit hard to suggest that I'm a neutral. But this is so hard to watch. Souths are basically playing by their own set of rules here. In season 2023, Souths are basically playing by their own set of rules. And as a neutral, it's so hard to watch. You just want to see a contest between two top quality teams. But when one is playing by one set of rules and the other is getting dudded by everything, Munster goes for the short dropout, and it's tapped backwards, and Melbourne come away with the ball, and they run upfield now. Is that Big Nelson? Oh, he's been copped around the face. Eisenhuth it is. He's been clipped on the face. And Melbourne actually get a penalty. I can't believe it. I cannot believe that Melbourne have actually won a penalty here. Taken around the face by Burgess. Well, there you go. What a shock. Burgess and Murray, double team. Murray might have been the one that copped him high. Yeah, you're right there, Shaka Hutz. Storm on the attack again. This is actually phenomenal. Because Storm have been dominating possession and territory, but they have no points to show for it. Souths with the 12-point advantage. But really, I feel like all the commentary has been Melbourne down this end of the field. Fifth and last now, 10 out from the line they are. What do they come up with? To the left, Munster. Grubbers into the end goal. And Latrell is there to tap it dead. And that will be a goal line dropout. A short one, no doubt. Potential result here for Melbourne. Eight and a half minutes to go until the break. If they can take this lead into half-time, they will consider it a huge success. Yep, short dropout. Latrell again, perfectly weighted. But it comes down for Coates, runs back across field and settles it in front of the post, 5 metres out, 10 metres out, sorry. And Melbourne, they just need to get some points on the board. Really, tackle 2 in front of the post, Josh King. Now to the left-hand side, Munster, dummies inside, goes out. Meany stops, runs back in field. 6 again, inside the 10 with South Sydney. And Nick Meany ends up just centimetres short of the try line on tackle 1. This is a real opportunity here for Melbourne. Out the back, Jerome Hughes. Now they've got ample space on the outside. Warbrick, he can't beat the defence. They scramble and they shut it down. 10 metres out. Still on the attack though. Harry Grant running across field. Munster finds Meany. Meany takes the line on himself. And he's caught a metre out from the line on tackle 3 on the left-hand edge. They swing it right. Munster. Eisenhuth will surrender in the tackle. Tackle 4 just to the left of the post. Still 10 out. Harry Grant goes right. Dummies comes back to the left. Munster trying to step through on his own. And he's caught and wrangled down. And they've gone for his head again on the 5th and last. Cameron Munster's head's got a target tonight. And a nothing play on the 5th and last, to be fair. There was nothing doing there on the 5th and last from Melbourne. I've got nothing to say to defend them on that one. Out to Xavier Coates on the 5th and last. A nothing kick straight into the waiting arms of the South Sydney defence. But they're really stepping up defensively here, Melbourne. Now South to the left-hand side they go. Anger management. Out the left they go. And Tass is taken down. 5th and last. 40 out from their own line, Souths. Ilias passes it along to Latrell Mitchell, who will kick from inside the 40, and he will put it very close to the sideline. And Coates tiptoeing and staying in the field of play and taking it on the full. Probably could have put his foot outside and taken a kick out on the full. Really? Oh, no, he couldn't have. He was not close enough. So he's done well to stay in the field of play there, really, Xavier Coates. They're up over halfway now, though, the Storm. Warbrick on tackle 4. 40 out from South's line, but just seems to be no imagination here in attack. But here they go now. Olam gets on the outside. Oh, and he's hit hard in the tackle. Oh, now that's got to be a penalty. That's got to be a penalty. Oh, how are Souths getting away with this, in all honesty? And he's dropped it forward, and this will be a try to the Storm. They deserve that. Boy, do they deserve that. Souths are getting away with murder here tonight, playing by their own set of rules, crowding the play the ball area now. Oh, Cody Walker's blowing up. Go screw yourself, you goof. Oh, I hate Cody Walker so much. I'd punch him in the face if I ever saw him. Oh, and suck shit, it's Cody Walker who's knocked the ball on too. Oh, that's brilliant. Insult to injury. It's Cody Walker who's dropped the ball for the try. Straight into the waiting arms of Remus Smith. And Remus Smith dives over and scores. Souths are getting away with absolute murder here tonight. I can't believe, it's obviously worked out all right for the Storm here in this play, but how that was not a 6 again, I do not understand. I really don't understand. Souths are getting away with everything tonight. And Melbourne The dropped ball by Cody Walker. Try time Melbourne. Right under the sticks. Absolutely, Shack of Hearts. He's contesting the ball. Cody Walker's just been a dickhead, as usual. From right in front of the... I'm so sorry. I try so hard to be unbiased when I do these streams, but words can't describe how much I hate South Sydney. Can't stand them. First of all, there's absolutely no way that they're not over the salary cap, for starters. There is no way they're legitimately under the salary cap. And I just hate them. I try so hard to be unbiased. I mean, look at how badly my team got massacred in the game just before this one. And I sucked it up and I got through the whole 80 minutes. But Souths just rile me up that badly. I cannot stand them. And I'm failing pretty badly at being unbiased. This is what Parramatta fans must have felt. Parramatta and Cowboys fans. This must be what they felt like last year, tuning into the streams. But yeah, 2023 is definitely my year to be against the Rabbitohs. Harry Grant, quick counter, dummy half. I don't know why he's trying to win a 6 again or a penalty, because you're not going to get it against South. They play by different rules, these guys. Two minutes to go till the break. Melbourne have done extremely well to hang in here and only be 6 points behind on the back of everything that's been handed to Souths this year and this half on a silver platter. I can't wait till we get to the end of the year and the Panthers dump the Rabbitohs out in the preliminary final again. Heel, Fries, speak of the devil. How are you, mate? Oh, 6 more for Souths, of course. Of course it is. Of course it's 6 again for Souths. Why wouldn't it be? They've got their own set of rules this year, Souths. Let's do it. Let's do it, Heel Fries. What are we going to play? Have you got anything for me? Inside the last minute until the break. Can Melbourne hold on? Jerome Hughes is raced up and it's knocked on by Souths. It's a knock on by Souths. And that will take us to halftime. 12 points to 6. Melbourne have done extremely well. In all honesty, Melbourne have done so well to hold on here. Souths have been getting everything go their way. They're playing by a different set of rules. Cameron Munster has been targeted by Latrell and Cameron Murray, and they've gotten away with it. And Melbourne have held on, and they're only trailing by 6 points. Shaka Hearts. Oh, on Discord. Yes, okay. So, as we approach the halftime break, all Magic Round, I will be doing call-ins at halftime. All right, I'll actually put. Can I put this on the screen? Because this might be helpful. This might be helpful for everyone. Okay, so at halftime and in between games, all Magic Round weekend. I want to turn this into a little bit of a. I want to turn this into a little bit of a halftime call-in show. So I'll try and run you through how you do it. It might be better than me just saying it and people sitting there going, What's he talking about? It might actually be easier if I walk you through it, which is fine. Absolutely fine to do. So, let's do it. I'll try and get it on the screen for you. Yeah, so halftime. What I'm talking about, Heel Fries, is halftime and in between games, all Magic Round. We're going to turn it into a little bit of a radio talkback type of scenario. The old school radio talkback shows where at halftime you get to call into the Waste of Water Sports and have a little one-on-one chat with me live during the break. Okay, so here we go. Put it up above the camera. Turn the multis off for a second. All right, so here we go. This is what you need to look for, okay? So if you're on the Wasted Water Sports Discord server, this is the screen that you will have, right? So you're into the Wasted Water Sports. I'll move that over that side for now. You're into the Wasted Water Sports Discord server. All right, you scroll down this left-hand side here. This left-hand side here where all the different things are, right? Right down the very bottom, if you scroll down. So there's all the people that are watching the game live right now. DeMarcus is there. Dustin Fisher is there. I Am Neptune, Kefe, Rochelle Pryor, all there. Okay, you go down a little bit further. There's voice channels, okay? What you want to do, if you want to call into the show during the breaks, what you want to do is you want to jump into that waiting room. If you jump into that waiting room, right, I'll be able to bring you onto the show live to have a chat in the breaks. So that's the thing that we're going to do moving forward. Now, if you're part of the Patreon, you can go into the VIP waiting room. In the VIP waiting room, priority access there in the VIP waiting room. But that's for Patreons, and that's for when the channel, when the channel is a lot bigger than it is. So that's how you do it. Down that left-hand side, if you're on the Discord, jump into the waiting room if you want to. And that's how you have an opportunity to jump into the Wasted World of Sports halftime live chat. All right. Let's do it then. Got to unmute myself. All right. Okay. There's a couple of people in there. Let's go ahead and we are around the grounds with the Shack of Hearts. Maybe. Shack of Hearts. Shack of Hearts, ahoy. Oh, he's trying to talk. I saw the little green circle around the outside. Shack of Hearts, ahoy. We need some score updates. Oh, whoa, I hear voices.
Hello?
Shack of Hearts, ahoy.
Hello, Dan.
How are you going?
Oh, good, thank you.
Yeah, nice. For our around the grounds man, your voice is a lot more calm and collected than I imagined.
Yeah. Can't really say much about my voice. It's just a lower tone.
Yeah, I mean it's all good. It's not a problem. I just imagine around the grounds right now with Shack of Hearts. What do we actually have? Is there anything happening right now?
It's half time between the Queensland Reds and the New South Wales Waratahs. From last time I checked, the Reds were up 14 to. I mean, Reds were up 17 to 14.
Yes, go the Reds. It's Big Bad Brad. It's his last year coaching, isn't it? He's leaving.
Yeah, his last.
Or has he left already?
Yeah,
it's his last year.
No, he's gonna see out the season, but
yeah,
he's announced he's not on.
Good man. He's seeing out the year. I must admit, I've always had a soft spot for the Queensland Reds. My teams that I support in the Super Rugby traditionally are the Crusaders and the Chiefs, but I've always had a soft spot for the Reds. I used to play as the Reds in Rugby Union Team Manager. If anyone's played that game, has anyone played those games, by the way? What about you, Shack of Hearts? Are you familiar?
Yeah, I've never played those games.
No? Oh, they're fantastic. Fabulous. There's on Steam, for the PC players, on Steam, there's Rugby League Team Manager and there's Rugby Union Team Manager.
Okay.
Fabulous games, yeah. And they are exactly as they sound. You play the role as a manager of a club. Yeah. Think those bloody soccer games, the FIFA the FIFA games.
It's kind of weird playing a game like that when there's no actual supplemental draft and you're basically just sculpting a team based purely off of like free agent players.
Yeah.
Because when you look at Super Rugby Pacific, what you find is it's very top heavy because there's no supplemental draft. Like a lot of the really good teams will stay at the top for a long time, and a lot of the teams that are struggling will stay at the bottom for a long time.
Heel Fries in the chat says he's played Rugby League Team Manager. How did you like it, Heel Fries?
Yeah, it's kind of gambling. Time, so see the field track. But I looked at the touch there, big deal. Sorry to get up.
Yeah, I've watched the league games pretty scarcely. I've been flicking between the league and union over the day.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I love them both, Shack Parts. I'm pretty sure that I've said it in the chat multiple times. I follow both codes. Yeah. I've said it in the chat, or in the streams, I should say. I've said it constantly that I follow both codes, love them both, played them both, supported them both. They're both fantastic in their own way. Really don't understand the hatred between hardcore supporters of both codes.
I mean, when you look at I guess there's hardcore, but I guess there's a lot of crossbreeding between the two codes. A lot of players like play both codes, and like I don't know what the hate's about because like there's some kind of vendetta against Joseph Suoliti, and then Roger Tuivasa-Sheck's announced that like 2023 will be his last season in Super Rugby. He's going back to the league, and pretty much no one bats an eyelid.
100%. And
you look at that.
Yeah, go on.
Oh, okay, I just got to get his name to.
Right. Sorry, I thought you stopped. I thought you stopped because of me, but you're just trying to think of somebody's name.
Yeah.
Oh, there's been so many. Well, we saw
the young man.
yeah, exactly him. We saw a Union convert tonight.
The Dolphins. He played New Zealand NPC before moving to Australia to play league.
Mm-hmm.
He played for Waikato in the NPC competition in New Zealand.
What a beast!
And then you got Lockie Miller, who was a
Lockie Miller.
convert.
Yep, he was with the Sharks last year. I thought he was a quality player.
Nice. And then
Yep, I would have loved to have actually kept hold of him.
William Warbrick,
Yeah, Warbrick's a Union convert. Yep.
I think he's also a Sevens convert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he absolutely is. Playing tonight, of course, for the Melbourne Storm out on the wing. Big Will Warbrick.
Yeah, New Zealand. Yeah, he did play New Zealand Sevens before he went to the Melbourne Storm.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, there's a lot of cross. And like I said, back in my day, I played both. I loved playing and supporting both codes.
Like, Wendell Sailor played both. Brad Thorne played both.
Yeah, good old Dell. Lottie Takiri. Matt Rogers.
Takiri.
Blacklock. Nathan Blacklock did too, didn't he? Although to be fair, he was terrible. Yeah, he was terrible when he went to the Union.
At one point, Benji Marshall
went to the Blues.
Was playing for the Auckland Blues, but once again, his notoriety was in league. But like even if he wasn't like ethics and game sense wise great at Union, like his teammates would always compliment how much of a genuinely great person he was, regardless of that.
Yeah. Well, that's it. Sometimes you just need a personality around the camp. And I feel like Benji probably brought that to the Blues. He honestly was like not the greatest rugby player, but yeah, just having a personality like that around the camp was probably a godsend to the Blues. 12 points to 6 here.
Sonny Bill Williams.
Sonny Bill Williams and Brad Thorne.
Like we started with the Bulldogs and then pretty much just hop between league and Union however he pleased.
Oh, yeah, totally. Sonny Bill Williams and Brad Thorne, I would say, are two just standout examples of crossover players.
They had the accolades in both league and Union.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I would
put which team they played for, whether it was the Roosters or the All Blacks or the Chiefs or the Highlanders in the case of Brad Thorne or the Crusaders.
I would personally put Big Brad up there. Yeah, I would personally put Big Brad Thorne above Sonny Bill, because Sonny Bill did well for the All Blacks, but I don't think he was ever really a standout player. But Brad Thorne managed to cross codes, come from the rugby league, play for the All Blacks, and was a marquee player in his position. See, Sonny Bill Williams, you could have taken him out of the squad, and the All Blacks at the time were just so rich with resources.
At the time, obviously in 2015,
they had so many players.
A combination in test history. They had Martin Nonu and Conrad Smith, and then in 2019 they had a plethora of centres who were all competing for that 12 spot, along with Williams. Anton Linnett-Brown was there. Who else was there? David Harvey wasn't playing.
Harvey, yeah.
He was definitely in the conversation.
He would have been in there.
Barrett was there. And then Jack Goodhue was another one. So.
Oh, absolutely. All right, Check of Hearts. We are. Sorry, mate. We are back underway in the second half,
Yeah.
so we do need to jump off here so that I can put the game back on Discord for the freeloaders. Thank you very much for jumping on those, Shaq Fart. It's been very nice to put a voice to the name. I appreciate it. Thanks for having the courage to jump on. It was very nice to talk to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the second half.
I hope so. I'm hoping for a big Storm comeback here.
Yeah, that's what I was probably going to mention with all those calls that have gone the way of South Sydney.
Oh, geez, don't even get me started. All right, mate. Thank you very much. I'll catch you next time. I'll put this game back on before all the freeloaders start ripping my head off like I'm Cameron Munster. Cheers, mate. All right. Thank you very much, Shack of Hearts, for the chat. And we are back underway here. Second half action. Melbourne with a little bit of a result early. Jai Arrow with the knock on. And Melbourne do get very, very good attacking position here. First use of the footy as Munster takes it to the line. Dummy trying to go on his own. Bless you in there. Tackle 4. 12 out. Grant from dummy half. To Munster. Hughes inside ball. Oh, what an inside ball. Katoa just chopped down. Fifth and last, Munster. Crossfield kick. Oh, it's perfectly positioned. Oh, what a take, though. What a take from Tane Milne. Gamer Mel asks, have you ever met an NRL player, current or past? Plenty of them, Gamer Mel. So many. So many. Who do you want to hear about? Just ask me who you want to hear about. I've probably got a story. I mean, Gamer Mel, Brandon Smith, the cheese, did a video for for the Wasted World of Sports, for the competition winner. I know people. Mark Geyer did a video for my dad. I'm connected. I'm connected, Gamer Mel. Drug money does wonderful things. I mean, what? What? Drugs? Oh, Xavier Coates stepping away from the chasers. Manages to keep himself in field. No worries, Heel Fries. Let me know. We'll try and make it happen, mate. It's been a while. I do need to reconnect with my Intoxigamer clan. So, yeah, if you've got something for me there, I'm more than happy to hear about it. We could even hit up Rick. Actually, let's right now hit up Rick, because Rick Grimes is like a walking encyclopedia. He's a human book of horror games. So let's actually, if I can find Discord, let's actually hit up Rick Grimes right now and ask him. I'll put it in the chat. I'll put it in the main lobby chat. And I'll tag him. And I'll see if he's got anything for us. Any horror suggests for a rando Intoxi stream after the footy. Preferably free. Oh, knocked on by the Storm. That's a result for Souths. It will be South Sydney ball. Be right back. South's on the attack. Pressure on Melbourne early here in the second half. You know, heel fries, I'm actually starting to suspect that potentially, you might be a slightly bigger fan of Intoxigamer than you are of Waste of World Sports. As Mitchell kicks in behind the line, and this sits up for Alex Johnston, and that is a try for Souths. You can't take that one away from them in any capacity. And you've got to give credit where credit is due. There was nothing foul about that. Just a perfectly placed grubber into the end goal, and it sits up perfectly for Alex Johnston. South 16, Melbourne 6. Latrell Mitchell with the grubber. Gamer Mel asks, what's your favourite story about any player? Probably Mick Hancock. The Mick Hancock story. Hands down, Michael Hancock. Try time for South Sydney. From the sideline, Mitchell hooks it across the face of goal, and it stays 16 points to 6. Melbourne, they stay in contact. Only 10 points the difference. Ah. 16 points to 6. Souths with the ball. Up over halfway they go. On the attack. 5th and last. Oh, man. Geez, Eisenhuth has come off second best in this battle. Eisenhuth. He just... Oh, he's busted open. Look at that. Oh, blood. Blood. Gallons of the stuff. How did he even get cut open there? Jeez. Hard to see how that even happened. What a really, really unfortunate. Jeez. Fifth and last, though, for Souths. 40 out from Melbourne's line. Oh, where's my multi? Jesus. There's no legs to the multi ticked off, really? Good Lord. What's going on in this game? Walker, Host, Johnson. Yeah, no legs to the multi. Jeez. Oh, Coates has just had his head shoved over the sideline. Oh, gee, that's harsh. Souths once again playing by different rules. Come on. That's harsh. South Sydney once again playing by a different set of rules. End up with the ball on halfway. That's actually disgraceful. Absolutely disgraceful that Souths have come away with the ball there. They play by their own set of rules here, the Rabbitohs, in season 2023. I mean, I really can't believe what we're witnessing. This is really the NRL sending a message here. What we're seeing, just Souths have their own rule book. It's really hard to watch as a neutral. It's like the Broncos and Storm teams of old. It's one team playing by a different set of rules to the rest of the competition. And it's really, really hard as a neutral to follow along with it. And Melbourne can honestly feel really, really dudded by this so far tonight. They really can. They have been really hard done by. Now, loose ball, and Souths come away with it. Liero's had an absolute nightmare. He really has. And 6 again for inside 10. Souths can essentially put this game to bed here. I mean, the way that this game's been going, if South score next, it'll go a long way. And here they are, Alex Johnston in the corner. Easy as you like. Alex Johnston with a double. Souths on the back of some really, honestly, piss-weak calls. But that was, you can't take the mistake of Liero away from them. That's not South's fault. Well, none of it is South's fault. But there's obviously been a clear directive sent out this year that Souths must be in the finals. They must be in the grand final because they're playing by a different set of rules tonight. And it is honestly really, really hard to watch as a neutral. I mean, it's almost impossible to sit through it. They're playing by their own set of rules. They're getting away with murder. I mean, they're ripping guys' heads off. They're kicking people in the face. And it's not even looked at. Souths. They're playing by their own set of rules in season 2023. It's really, really hard to watch. Referee picking his nose in the background as Latrell moves in, strikes it, hooks it. It doesn't hook far enough. It's straight through the posts. And it's 22 points to 6. South Sydney, the golden children of season 2023, the NRL's chosen ones, the team that has their own rulebook, are leading 22 points to 6. Oh, it's hard to watch heel fries. It really is. It's really hard to watch Souths this year. Souths are the chosen ones, clearly. They get away with everything. They play by their own rules. It is very, very clear that the NRL wants Souths to be very heavily contesting the business end of this season. I mean, I can't even process some of what I'm watching. Latrell Mitchell literally tried to rip Cameron Munster's head off, and then he kicked him in the face on the way back into the defensive line, and it wasn't even looked at. I mean, that speaks volumes about how Souths are just playing to their own rules this year. And then to add insult to injury, Melbourne don't even get a penalty for Cameron Munster being kicked in the face, but on the very next set, Souths get a penalty. It's so hard to watch. I'm with you, heel fries. I've lost all interest in this game because as a neutral, it's just so hard to watch. When one team is playing by a completely different set of rules, it's so hard to watch. I mean, Souths are just on a different plane of existence at the moment as far as the referees are concerned. And it is just so hard to watch. I don't blame you, Gamer Mel. I really don't blame you. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I'm a neutral. Like, for you, Gamer Mel, it's one thing because you've got a team in the fight. I don't have a team in this fight. I don't go for either team. As a neutral, it's so hard to watch. It is so hard to watch this South Sydney favoritism. Russell Crowe has been cutting some checks. Russell Crowe's throwing some Hollywood money around. The Souths getting away with murder this season. It's so hard to watch, and I cannot wait to see them get bundled out in the preliminary final like they always do. I really can't wait to see them go so far and get penalty Souths, of course. Why not? Why not? Let's have a penalty to Souths for something different. Yeah. Why not? Let's have a penalty to South Sydney, especially when Cody Walker's involved. Let's not offend Cody Walker. What a joke. What an absolute joke. What an absolute joke. Why don't we just put Souths in the grand final right now and be done with it? Let's just put South Sydney in the draw. Don't even know what Rick Marsh has just said there. Rabbits on top. Stay mad. Sharks on bottom. B to B wins against U's with a W. YOUUS. Just keep it to yourself and watch this. GF is all out equals RS year of the rabbit. All right. Wasted World of Sports prize. If anyone can decipher any sense out of what Rick Marsh has posted in the chat room. Because I can't. I've got no idea what he's just on about. None of that made any sense. Oh, Hughes with the cutout pass. Remus Smith taking it to the line. Fifth and last Storm. 30 out. Hughes puts a chip over the top. Oh, straight down the throat. Straight down the throat of Latrell. Oh, and Latrell's having a shoving contest with Harry Grant. Who do you think's going to win this one? Rabbitohs are going to win the comp. Wow. History says they're not. But anyway. My team is slow. Slow. Going down, mate. The comp is ours. We're gonna make it all the way the year of the rabbit. I'm still not making sense of it. I'm sorry, Rick. And Latrell Mitchell has once again got away with direct contact to the face. Oh, we've got a penalty to Souths, because of course we do. Because why wouldn't it be a penalty to Souths? Penalty to Souths. Hashtag penalty rabbits. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't it be a penalty to the Rabbitohs? Heel Fry says, Phasmophobia is a game where you ghost honey, and it's so fun and scary. Ghost honey sounds sexy as all hell. Has anyone played that game, Hoonie Pop? Hoonie Pop. Is it Ghost Hoonie Pop? I'm all for it. Ghost Hoonie Pop. Oh, Cameron Murray loses the ball. And he's so embarrassed about the mistake, he's staying down trying to milk a penalty. Milky McGee. Cameron Murray. Mr. Milky. All right. The captains have been called out. They're going to get a little bit of a schooling here. All right. The referee has just told both teams play within the spirit of the game. A little bit of a hard thing to do when you've got players like Cody Walker and Latrell Mitchell. Can Latrell Mitchell not get picked for the Blues this year? That'd be nice, because I would hate to have to support Queensland. As a born and bred New South Welshman, it would suck if I had to support Queensland. Oh, Souths have really gone up a gear in defence here, though. Keeping Melbourne pinned down into their own territory. And now a juggle, a loose carry, and it's called a knock on. Oh, things are going from bad to worse here for the Storm. Some of it's not their own fault, but that was well and truly their own goofy fault. right there and then. Souths may be the golden children of the NRL in season 2023, but goofs be goofs, and that was a gigantic goof up there by Melbourne. And that presents Souths with the golden opportunity here. Campbell Graham steps inside Harry Grant. Can't get past him. He's wrangled down by the ankles. Oh, it's Cameron Munster. Jeez, they look alike. Souths can go a long way to putting the game to bed here if they score. A converted try would make it very difficult. Tackle 3, Walker to the line. Oh, Tass stands, slips. The Suncorp Stadium turf giving up under feet again. Damien Cook passes it off. It's been knocked on. Oh, it's been knocked on by Jerome Hughes, and it's been missed by everybody. And a penalty to the Melbourne Storm on the back of it. Oh, boy, they missed that one. I'm fairly certain that was a clear knock on. Oh, look at that. Okay. If I had have known there was hashtag Bennett900 on the ground before this round started, I definitely would have put all my money on the Dolphins. I've only just noticed the hashtag Bennett900 painted onto the stadium turf. I would have put everything I own on the Dolphins had I known that. Jesus Christ. Now, Meaney at the back shrugs off Campbell Graham. They come at him again and put him down. 30 metres out. 16 and a half to go. Let's try and concentrate on the game a little bit. Tackle 4 for the Storm. They're 20 out from the line. Hughes to the line. Short ball to Katoa. Nothing doing, though. The South Sydney defence holds firm. 5th and last. Hughes grubbers in behind the defence. Oh, and South's come away with it. Mr. Anger Management himself is the one that's dived on the ball. Mr. Anger Management. Like, honestly, like, seriously, chat room. Honest to God question to the chat room. What childhood trauma do we think Cody Walker went through to be the way that he is? Honestly. Like, this is a legitimate question. What childhood trauma did Cody Walker go through to be the prick of a human being that he is? Any guesses? I'm saying he was probably beaten by his father. That'd be my guess. My guess, he was beaten terribly by his father growing up. Oh, the pass to Harry Grant. Harry Grant knocks it on. And that'll be South's ball on the halfway line. Oh, and Harry Grant's been busted open on his eyebrow. I dare say that was Latrell over the top, because that's what he's been doing tonight and getting away with it. So why wouldn't he keep it up? If you get away with it, keep it up. I mean, that's what I used to do when I played. But I was a complete and total asshole when I played. One of my trademarks was the swinging arm. when you're going in for the tackle, wrapping the arms around, but I'd swing the arm in underneath. I'd go in clean with this arm, but I'd swing in with the other one. South's on the attack. Tackle 3, 20 out from Melbourne's line. Another try would absolutely put this game to bed. Big open side to the right. No, they step back infield. Oh, Totola can't quite get through. Fifth and last. Slow play the ball. Comes back to anger management. He grubbers into the end goal. It's going to set up for Eisenhuth. And that will be another try from a grubber kick. Souths are absolutely destroying Melbourne with these grubbers into the end goal. And here is another one. Slow play the ball. They had absolutely no right to have that sort of advantage. Will Warbrick was caught completely out of position here. Completely. And Eisenhuth puts Souths 20 points ahead. Mr. Ed's Dead says, kind of like him in American football, you tackle and then step on their calves. Well, there you go. I didn't know that about American football, but there you go. There's a little bit of a little bit of a tip. American football, tackle them and then step on their calves for extra measure. Oh, Latrell Mitchell has hooked it in between the posts. 28 points to 6. South Sydney, it is their year. The NRL has deemed it is South Sydney's year. And they're getting all the other bits and pieces of luck go their way as well, just for extra measure. Mr. Ed's Dead says cleats to the calf hurts. Oh, absolutely, mate. I've seen scenarios where we're talking about rugby league, obviously. When I played, there was a teammate of mine got trodden on. He fell in the tackle, and the player was still, well, that's forward. Well, Souths are getting away with forward passes and knock-ons now. There was a teammate of mine. He fell, and the opposition player obviously kept trying to run, and he stood on his leg, and he got up. He got up, and the cleat, the stud was imprinted in his leg. I'd never seen anything like it. We were all just looking at it going, wow. You can imagine a bunch of high school kids standing around looking at this big gap in somebody's leg and going, whoa. Oh, Game of Mel, honestly, look, Game of Mel, I will say this as unbiased as possible, Game of Mel. Melbourne have not helped themselves tonight. Melbourne Storm have honestly been terrible tonight. No question about it. But Souths are just on a different rulebook at the moment. I feel like I don't want to be the conspiracy guy. Oh, the conspiracy guy. Yes. Wasted World of Sports. Dan. Conspiracy theory. Jones. But honestly, I feel like every year there is a team that gets the rub of the green. Last year, it was the Cowboys. Years gone by, it has been Melbourne. It has been. Years gone by, it's been Brisbane. Teams get the rub of the green from year to year. This year, you cannot in any way convince me that the NRL have not said that this is South Sydney's year. Russell Crowe has obviously opened up that Hollywood checkbook because Souths are playing by a completely different rule book. And that equals a team that I hate. It's that simple. I will be completely against the teams that are getting the clear rub of the green. This year, it's Souths. It's taken 10 rounds for me to realise how much I hate them in season 2023. Cannot stand them. I cannot stand Cody Walker and Latrell's constant whining. And I'm embarrassed that they play for the Blues. Well, Latrell. Cody Walker is obviously not even anywhere near good enough to even be in the conversation for Origin level. So, I mean, Cody Walker is just an embarrassment unto himself, the way that he behaves. But Latrell's in the Origin conversation, but he shouldn't be. He shouldn't be. He absolutely should not be. Latrell Mitchell should be nowhere near the Origin squad. Cody Walker's not even in the conversation, so let's not even worry about it. But I'm embarrassed that Cody Walker has put a Blues jersey on, and Latrell Mitchell has put a Blues jersey on. They're an embarrassment to the sport. They take milking and complaining and whining to all new levels. They're playing by their own set of rules this year, Souths. And they are officially my most hated team of season 2023. It was a toss-up between the Eels and the Cowboys last year, but it's a clear-cut winner in 2023. 2023, clear-cut victory to the Rabbitohs. And I can't wait for when they get bundled out in the preliminary final like they always do. I can't wait. I can't wait, because they always do. They always do. They always just completely Amber Heard the bed when it comes to finals time. And I personally can't wait for it. I can't wait for karma to catch up. But yeah, honestly, as a neutral, this has been so hard to watch. Like, it is so hard as a neutral to watch South Sydney games in season 2023 because they're just playing by completely different rules. Latrell Mitchell literally tried to rip Cameron Munster's head off and then kicked him in the face. It's on camera. We can go back in the stream. We can go back in the stream and we can clip it and we can pinpoint it. It's Cameron Munster. So, okay, Cameron Munster is not exactly my favourite person in the world, but you can't try and rip his head off and kick him in the face. Latrell did it and got away with it. I just can't even process. I can't even process what we're watching. I can't even begin to fathom the completely just different set of rules that Souths are allowed to play by week in, week out. I mean, it just defies belief what they're allowed to get away with. And what we as neutrals have to sit here and witness every week. I mean, this has been a disgrace. This tonight has been an absolute disgrace. What Souths have been allowed to get away with. It's made a mockery of the rule book. It's made a mockery of the NRL. They're playing by their own set of rules. And it's absolutely disgraceful. But anyway, I digress. What can I do? I can't do anything. I mean, who cares? It is what it is. I mean, Souths are apparently allowed to do absolutely anything to anyone and get away with it. I mean, who cares? Rules. Absolutely just disgraceful. Honestly, heel fries, I didn't even know. I didn't even know that it was Backlash tomorrow, in all honesty. As the Storm go over for a consolation try. Yeah, I didn't even know that it was Backlash tomorrow, in all honesty. But I think no, not heel fries. I think Rick. I think Rick might still be a little bit upset. I'm not sure if he's back or not. I'm still a bit worried about Rick, in all honesty, because he started watching AEW again. I mean, friends don't let friends watch AEW. I mean, that's just like... That is just... Honestly, he feels that upset. Rick is that upset at Cody not winning the title at WrestleMania that he's turned to AEW. Oh, Bianca Belair versus Io Sky is just like, I mean, I'm not going to lie. And, okay. I'm just going to say this. Bianca Belair versus Io Sky. Wet Dream Central. I said it. Wet Dream Central right there. I mean, I've had fantasies about that scenario. I can't fault that one. I can't fault that one at all. Oh, look at that. We've got a free game suggestion on Discord. Oh, excuse me. Asmophobia. Isn't it a multiplayer game, though, Heel Fries? I can't do a multiplayer game. Oh, it is, but you can... Oh, of course it's a penalty to South Sydney. Why wouldn't it be? Why wouldn't we have a penalty to South Sydney to take us into the end of this game? Why the hell not? Penalty Souths. I will stay mad, Rick Marsh, because this is an embarrassment, an absolute embarrassment to the NRL that Souths have been allowed to play by their own rulebook. It's an absolute disgrace. And I can't wait. I cannot wait until preliminary final time and see them get bundled out arse over tit like they always do in the preliminary finals. I very much look forward to it. Even with all the gifts that they've been given this season, I cannot wait. I'll remember me saying that too, Rick. It's all good. One thing about me is I always own up to my own bullshit. Always. I will always own up to my own missed calls. I'm still not sold on South Sydney. They've been gifted everything so far this year. They have been gifted absolutely everything, and I'm not at all convinced about their premiership credentials. And I know that you had a go at me earlier, Rick Marsh, about my team. I don't think my team have got premiership credentials either. And I knew that coming into this round. So it's not about bias. I don't think my team are any threat for the premiership. But yeah, I'm still not sold on Souths. And once again, I saw absolutely nothing tonight to suggest that Souths are a legitimate premiership threat. I'm sorry, South Sydney supporters, but I just didn't. You were gifted everything tonight. Gifted absolutely everything. So I'm still not sold. I still think the Panthers are the team to beat. I mean, let's not be ridiculous. Panthers are still the team to beat in this season. Wasted Water Sports Magic Round. The second night is over. If you would like to stick around with me, I'm going to go ahead and we'll sort something out. It's still early. It's 9:30. We'll sort something out for Intoxigamer. For those of you who are interested, I do have another channel where it's primarily focused on gaming. Intoxigamer on YouTube, Intoxigamer AU on Twitch, and Intoxigamer on Facebook. So if you would like to check that out, feel free to do that. We're trying to sort something out in the Discord. I'll share the link. So for those of you on YouTube, youtube.com/Intoxigamer. On Twitch, YouTube. Oh well, no, it wouldn't be YouTube, would it? It'd be twitch.tv/IntoxigamerAU. And on Facebook, Intoxigamer. So, all right. We're going to try and sort out... Yeah, we're going to try and sort out a game to play over there on Intoxigamer. Before I head off, though... we are going to give an opportunity for Wasted Water Sports. Trying to turn this into a little bit of a callback show, as I said earlier tonight. So, a Shack of Hearts is still there. Can the Shack of Hearts still hear us? He's still there in the live room. He stayed there this whole time. Yeah, catch you later, Gamer Mel. Shack of Hearts has stayed there in the live room this whole time. All right, I actually don't think he's supposed to be there, so let's... I'm not sure that he was actually supposed to be there. There was just a bunch of random sounds in the background. All right. Wasted Water Sports, thank you so much for your company, as always. Intoxigamer, I'm going to try and do a decent session on Intoxigamer coming up next. Thank you so much for hanging out for this one, though. We'll be back for more Magic Round tomorrow. Until then, cheers. And I'll see you over on Intoxigamer.